those who bravely defend America, her friends and allies, and our rights to freely meet and participate in this meeting. We praise you and ask for these things in your name. Amen. Thank you, Tom. Pledge allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
A marvelous thing this is we hear Pledge Allegiance is for all of us together to just say how blessed we are to be in this tremendous, this great land, this marvelous country, the United States, whose doors really are open to everyone in the world to come in. And the vitality of this country is a beacon for the rest of the world. So it's just nice as we pledge allegiance just to be thinking that way. Would like to call the June meeting of the Fish and Wildlife Commission to order. The commission will be meeting we're meeting right here. And we hope this afternoon to, we'll make our early discussions brief so that we can really get into the marvelous issues that we have at taking a look at private lands and the marine fisheries. And we are blessed to have speakers and representatives who know a great deal that have come in from the far west, from Oregon, Montana. And as far as the mechanics of the meeting, if you wish to speak on any of these topics, please see the staff at the registration desk. 3 minutes is our maximum time. If anybody wants to talk more than 3 minutes, find somebody else who will cede their time. The maximum is 9. Commissioners, we continue our journey, and we'd like to start out by really thanking the commissioners who spend a lot of time in their own lives, and this is really a separate endeavor that just takes time and passion and caring. And I'd like to just thank all the commissioners for making the separate time, making the effort to come. Today's discussion on strategic focal areas we've identified. Like our previous discussions, we're trying to take like a ship, and as we sail this ship, both the commissioners up here and the staff, we're trying to look out, where is Florida going to be in the next 25 years? And if you're sailing a ship, you're looking this way, boom, we didn't see this over here, we didn't see the wave over here, we didn't see the current there, we didn't see where is the wind blowing? Where is this state going to be? What's the population? 18 million people, we're going to be 30 million people. We want to take our whole agency and say we're proactive and we're looking out. Today's topics are conservation approaches on private lands and innovative approaches on the marine fisheries. I am pleased to welcome Jim Stone, the Chairman of the Partners for Conservation. Jim will be our guest speaker on private lands. And then Jim Martin on our conservation. Jim's looking at, on the fishery side, Jim's from the Berkeley Institute. He's our guest speaker on the marine fisheries. We all look forward to sharing more on these speakers when we arrive at that point on the agenda. Once we have heard from staff and the speakers on these various topics, we will engage the public and anybody out there that really, if this thing rings a bell, and please feel free to come up, because the purpose of our discussion here is not to react to, oh my gosh, what's going on a marine issue. We've got a particular species and we get totally engrossed in all of that. Or on our land side, we're really looking way out. So I would like to ask Scott Sanders, who leads our private lands program, to get started on our first topic. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, I'm truly, truly excited to have the opportunity to share with you today some of the things that we've embarked on with respect to engaging private landowners and conservation in Florida. We are really a young program, and in that regard, we really just are so excited to get your input and ideas and direction on how we can take this young program and take it to the next level and really help us look out into the future in that regard.
Scott, I just want to ask, we want to make sure everybody hears. We want to turn the speakers up. We just want to make sure everybody hears you clearly. Chris? All right, thank you. Okay. Thanks, Scott.
Yes, sir. And so with that, today, leading up to Mr. Jim Stone, we're going to provide you with just a glimpse of some of the things that we've embarked on in our attempt to engage private landowners in the state. Our approach in providing you this information will be to begin with a boots on the ground highlighting of some of the things we're engaged in here in Southwest Florida. And Mr. Luis Gonzalez, who administers our team of biologists that cover Southwest Florida, will be providing that. When he's done, I will come up and provide a statewide overview of some of the things that we're engaged in at that level, and that leading up to Mr. Stone's presentation. And I'd like to now invite Luis Gonzalez to come up. Luis has been with us for a while here in the agency. He's had an opportunity to work on the Wildlife Management Area Program and manage some of our wildlife management areas. He's also had opportunities to engage in our land use planning efforts with landowners as well. And so with that, I'd like to introduce Luis.
Luis, welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Executive Director Wiley, like Scott said, thank you very much for having me here today. I'm very excited to talk about private lands as a strategic initiative of the agency. I'm going to give you a brief overview of my perspective of managing the program here in Southwest Florida. We're currently organized into 4 teams statewide, and I represent the Southwest team. We cover 15 counties. Our workforce consists of 5 biologists and 1 administrator. We're located in Lakeland, Bartow, Sebring, Lake Placid, Venus, and Fort Myers. Approximately 25% of this region's conservation lands are currently in private ownership. We have assisted over 100 landowners consisting of well over 100,000 acres in conservation planning efforts in Southwest Florida. We have a strong partnership with the Natural Resource Conservation Service, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the Florida Forest Service, Archibald Biological Research Center, MacArthur Agroecology Research Center, and ONA's Range Cattle Research and Education Center. Through that strong working relationship, we've been able to leverage staff resources in order to get more land management on the ground and been able to provide landowners or avoid providing landowners conflicting information. Our team's main focus is on land management planning and technical assistance, which includes habitat and wildlife inventories and fish and wildlife technical assistance with cost share and easement programs, which include the Agriculture Conservation Easement Program and the Environmental Quality Incentive Program, and workshops and outreach. The Landowner Assistance Program addresses conservation planning at the regional level, and we work cooperatively with other conservation planning programs at the regional level, such as the Cooperative Conservation Blueprint. We're currently working on a pilot project which identifies and prioritizes areas of high resource value, which may then serve as possible wildlife corridors in Southwest Florida, using GIS software and other data management systems. We always manage for the landowner's needs and wants while providing a conservation plan that addresses a larger scope of wildlife species. In particular, we provide the delivery and assistance with the private lands deer management program by evaluating habitat management plans that have been submitted during the application process. We provide additional technical assistance, and in some cases, we even develop the plans for landowners. Through a cooperative agreement with the Natural Resource Conservation Service, we assist with the delivery of programs such as the Agriculture Conservation Easement Program and the Environmental Quality Incentive Program to provide landowners sound, scientifically based land management recommendations to improve conditions on the ground. This is not only expected to improve
wildlife conditions, but may also add additional economic opportunities to these properties. While environmental quality incentive programs are still important statewide, here in Southwest Florida, the focus of our partnership with NRCS is around the Wetland Reserve Program. We also provide technical assistance and workshop outreach support for the Northern Everglades Headwaters National Wildlife Refuge acquisition process in cooperation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We assist NRCS with their due diligence process, their restoration and habitat management planning, and we monitor their conservation easement sites. And we also help to evaluate the long-term success of these sites. In addition, through NRCS, we provide technical assistance to ranchers that own native range through the use of mechanical treatment and prescribed fire. This not only optimizes their stocking rates, but also provides additional habitat improvements. We provide outreach and education to all those interested in conservation. We're always willing participant in local events that are focused on habitat and wildlife management. As part of the outreach, we've developed a partnership with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services Partners for Fish and Wildlife Program and FWC's Imperiled Species Management Section to develop outreach for ranchers north of the Caloosahatchee River with a particular focus on panther issues. And we've contributed to events such as the Panther Festival at the Panther Refuge, Earth Day events at Edison College, landowner workshops at ONA, and FWC events at Tinner Rock Fish Management Area. This concludes the local section of the presentation, and once again, thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to present here today.
Louis, very well prepared, and pictures, thoughts, thank you. Scott.
Thank you, Louis. While we're getting the slide to change, I've got some themes that I'm hoping that you'll recognize through this presentation I'm going to give you as far as a statewide overview that I've got listed up here. There's some of the things that even as a very young program, we feel like we're starting to see and we're trying to pay more and more attention to as we try to develop our resources in our program. And as I talk about this, some of the goals for our program today is from our landowner assistance. What we're hoping to, through your advice and guidance, we hope that we can enhance the relevancy of our program to Florida's private landowners. Hope that we can help them stay engaged in conservation compatible land uses, and also importantly help to improve the public's perception and appreciation for wildlife conservation efforts of private landowners. Now, some of the key strategies that we believe we're seeing for success include that our land ownership in Florida has gotten very diverse. They are all different shapes, sizes, and they have a variety of interests, and that's important if we're going to try to engage them. Also, we're finding that there are a lot of good things that these landowners are doing out there that they're not getting much recognition for. And through our programs, we've been trying to do a better job of helping account for that good conservation that landowners have been conducting on their land with or without the help of the government. And then the next thing is there's a lot of agencies and entities that are out there trying to engage private landowners. And so we're trying to work cooperatively with these other agencies and entities so that we can better speak with one voice to the landowners and hopefully leave them less confused about what they've heard. And then another important point that we think we're seeing is that there's an extreme importance of trying to get to seeing how we can increase the value of wildlife habitat both to the landowner that's out there with the resources and the land to manage them, but also the general public, increasing the value to them of that wildlife habitat that the private landowner is producing. prior to the FWC, the GFC started engaging landowners a long, long time ago, as early as 1948, when we leased a large amount of land to put into the Wildlife Management Area Program. And as I've been around, been very fortunate to be around the agency and the predecessor agency a long time, and having the opportunity to work with some of the private landowners. And what I've noticed is that back in the day when we were GFC, by and large, we engaged private landowners around game management, public access to game management through hunting opportunities, and crop depredation type projects or initiatives. Our future working with private landowners seems to be diversifying exponentially. We're finding again that our land ownership the demographics are so diverse, and that the opportunities to engage them have just exploded beyond just game management. And with that in mind, when the GFC became the FWC, one of the things that was created is this Office for Conservation Planning Services. And with the creation of this office, we have two principal programs that we administer to help engage private landowners. And the first is our land use planning program. And I'd like to introduce Ms. Jennifer Goff, and so that you could see a face with a name. Ms. Jennifer Goff, she administers our land use planning program. This is the program that statewide we engage landowners, other agencies, and the stakeholders where proposals are going forward that go through a regulatory process, whether it's land and water use. We try to work with these landowners very proactively to try to get in before they've made a big investment in time and money, to try to inform and influence their decisions in that regard. Next, I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Joe Pringer. Dr. Pringer administers our landowner assistance program statewide. The 4 teams that Lewis alluded to earlier, Dr. Pringer engages and oversees that group and engages folks with other agencies and entities that engage private landowners, again, at kind of a more statewide level. So, when we think about engaging the private landowners with both of these programs, we've looked at the state. We've got 34 million acres of state. We've got about a little over 5 million acres that's already been developed, about 5.3. We add to that, we've been very fortunate to get about 10 million acres in a conservation use. That leaves us a little over 19 million acres of conservation opportunities by working with private landowners around the state. But goodness gracious, that's a lot of land, and it's a big state. So in an effort to try to figure out how we can focus in on where to try to utilize our resources, in Florida, we're very rich in geospatial data. And FWC staff contributed quite a bit of information and time to the completion of the Critical Lands and Waters Identification Project. And from that work, and through a Fish and Wildlife, a state Fish and Wildlife Agency lens, we've created the Cooperative Conservation Blueprint. And through those efforts, it allows our staff in these programs to kind of prioritize where they're doing their work and how they're trying to, who and how they're trying to engage with. And so I would start by showing an example of how we're engaging through the land use planning program. In Florida, we've got a sector planning process. And it's a relatively new concept where an individual that's got a fairly large land holding can work with the county government and can do a master overlay of compatible land uses and get those land uses basically locked in at the landscape level. And then as the market conditions get right, they can go into more detailed specific area planning within the constraints of that overlay. Currently, land use planning staff, working with other relevant subject matter experts from across the agency, are engaged in almost 600,000 acres that are going through this kind of process. And it's statewide. These landowners don't just aren't just doing this in one part of the state or the other. As you can see from the map, it's across the state. If we zoom in on a portion of the state just to kind of get a little closer idea, here you can see the mixture of the developed and the conservation uses. Through our landowner assistance program, you can see where in this particular part of the state, through the purple areas, we've started engaging with private landowners where we're building on some of the existing conservation investment that's been made. And then this area here that I've just highlighted, this is a large area of contiguous private ownership that is going through the sector planning process, and ideally, by engaging this landowner and that local government, maybe we can end up with more of the corridors completed, more of the important habitats conserved and maintained long-term in a conservation compatible land use. Now, in order to kind of get a handle on the landowners that we're trying to serve out across the state, we've been working with the University of Florida to survey private landowners around the state. And we started in 2008 with our first survey. We had our second survey in 2011, and we're in the process of working up an agreement with them right now to conduct our next survey. This has been a kind of our monitoring effort to try to determine if we're making a difference, if we're hitting the mark, trying to get at the right kind of conservation issues that our landowners are having out there. And just a couple of pieces of information that stemmed from the survey is that these landowners have diverse interests in wildlife. To this day, the majority of the species that most landowners are interested in remains white-tailed deer. However, there's a lot of other species that landowners are interested in managing for on their property. In addition, we found it interesting that our landowners feel like a large number of them that they're already out there doing things that are good for wildlife. They are intentionally trying to do good things for wildlife, and it's a variety of things that they think are important to wildlife. So some of them are planting trees, some of them are planting ground cover, some of them are burning and doing exotic vegetation control. And so by getting this information, it helps us better recognize the good work that they're already doing when we start engaging with them. And so as Lewis mentioned, and from a statewide perspective, we've been basically providing this assistance to landowners through our landowner assistance program in three major areas. Wildlife-related technical assistance, helping landowners get through the maze of bureaucracy when it comes to getting cost shares or trying to get an easement put on their property, as well as trying to come up with some new ideas in the way of incentive programs. To reiterate some of the things that we feel like that are some of our keys to any of the success that we're having to date include recognizing that our land ownership is diverse, trying to recognize these contributions that they're already making, leveraging those resources by working closely with other agencies that are also engaging private landowners, and being solution oriented, not just simply pointing out problems on the landscape, but by working hard with these landowners to come up with solutions to those problems. And then with all of that said, and with all those key strategies, probably the most important one that we've learned thus far is that it's really all about building relationships. And we can only build those relationships at the speed of trust with those landowners. As I kind of start wrapping up this point, I would highlight a couple of areas that we really feel like we're making some strides, but we feel like also that we've got a long ways we can go. We feel like there's so much more that we can do. Conservation easements. There's been a lot of conservation easement work done in Florida. One of the ones that our landowner assistance program has been heavily involved in is the Wetlands Reserve Program. And now that's through the new Farm Bill, that's the Agriculture Conservation Easements Program. We've got a couple of new initiatives that we're working diligently on in our efforts to try to better engage with the agricultural community. The first one I'll mention is the Wildlife Best Management Practices for Agriculture. We're working very closely with the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. We're working very closely with the agricultural community. We're also working with stakeholders. This, again, would be intended to be a voluntary alternative for people engaged in agriculture, an alternative to incidental take permitting for state-listed species. The next initiative that I'll mention, and this one's been really challenging for us, is to try to figure out how to get a payment for ecosystem services off the ground. And this is something that you hear a lot of talk about around the country, but it's something that just hasn't really been figured out yet. And there's really, in my mind, two important elements of this that have yet to be figured out where they can be administered on a grand scale. One is how do you value the resources to where the landowner who's looking for a payment can understand and appreciate the valuation? And how can you have an evaluation system that will also hold up to the scrutiny of the folks that are concerned about you paying somebody for what they're doing out there on the landscape? And then the second big important piece seems to be, how are you going to fund it? Are you looking to fund it in the traditional ways of government programs like the Farm Bill that come and go, or is there a better way? I bring this picture back up because 22% of our landowners, according to our survey, white-tailed deer is the #1 thing they're managing for. And we know from the folks that work with private landowners, when they're doing good things for white-tailed deer, by and large, they're benefiting a lot of other species at the same time. And so helping deliver this program, we feel like, is helping work with landowners that are looking to do a variety of things for a variety of species and habitats. It helps us document that good work that they're doing as well. And then a last example is a conservation cooperative effort that we have been working on, and it's a landscape level. This stemmed from our state wildlife action plan. It's a habitat-based plan. One of the habitats that was identified in serious need of assistance was longleaf sandhill habitat. And so this is an area in the panhandle of Florida that covers portions of 3 counties where we started utilizing workshops, first and foremost, to start bringing landowners together in this area of the state. And we started listening to them and talking with them to try to find out what all they had in common. And it was interesting to find out, and they found it interesting, that they had a lot of things in common. And then through some individualized technical assistance, some of them were able to accomplish some of the things they'd set out to do. And hopefully, at the end of the day, by working through some of these cooperatives like this, we're getting more accomplished across the landscape at that scale. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Scott, and Louis also. Very well done. It's my distinct pleasure to introduce our special guest who came all the way from the West, Jim Stone. Jim is chairman of the Partners for Conservation and the owner of the Rolling Stone Ranch in Montana. And that's Ovando, Jim?
Ovando.
Ovando.
Yeah, you gotta have that
Easy, I had the pronunciation correct. Jim is a third generation cattle rancher from a small town in western Montana. Their Black Angus cow and calf operation relies on his son Brady. It's neat to have the kids follow through and be interested. When not in school, Brady is to provide a stable and energetic vision to maintaining a valuable and picturesque landscape. Jim's wife Colleen, a 5th generation rancher, owns a local establishment called the Stray Bullet. I like that. Which adds dining pleasure to their incredible landscape on the southern end of the crown of the continent. Stray Bullet. Jim, what is that thing?
That's a long story. Probably over a beer. Yeah.
All right. The Stones believe in a strong tradition of rural communities, land ethics, and working together to foster change that will benefit generations to come. The ranch operates on the premise that people are our most valuable asset, and that's You know, we really heard that from Scott, which is so important. We've got the dirt right here, but it's all of us in this room, and the relationship of how we talk to each other, have common goals, share ideas. The ranch operates on that premise. It's really the ability to leverage knowledge and science and partnerships and getting together and understand what. Now, Jim is actively involved also in the Blackfoot Challenge, a local watershed organization. The Big Blackfoot chapter of Trout Unlimited, North Powell Conservation District, and the Ovada Fire Department. Gosh, Jim, you are really, you're into a lot. And I love the idea that you're there, you're land-based, you're tradition-based, and it really helps us, you know, with a view, if we look at this, Jim's in another part of this marvelous country, Jim's out west, and taking a look at Florida, Jim, and looking at what do we have in common, and we find that we have a number of things. With that, Jim, please
Thank you.
step forward, share ideas. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you very much. It's an absolute honor. I got to wander a little bit. I don't know whether it's nervousness or just pacing is a good thing, but thank you again for allowing us to come talk to you a little bit. I feel, Scott, I'm not sure we're going to add much to your talk. You guys pretty much have the mold already built, and I hope what we really are saying today is that we do have a lot in common, and what it means is we got to roll up our sleeves and go to work on sort of a national scale to not only bolster what we've been able to accomplish in Montana, but what you already have done in Florida. So that's wonderful. For most of you, I always try to tell a funny story, but I don't want to waste too much. But I'm not a water guy, so the Trout Unlimited thing's a little bit of a stretch for you. Never fished. We've got one of the most pristine rivers in America, in the Blackfoot. Never floated that. So thinking they were opening the gate for me to come to Florida, I asked Tracy, who's our administrator, I said, now you got to find me a route that we don't cross water. And so unfortunately she routed me through Dallas, so I spent most of the day in the plane with the little curtains down, hoping we weren't watching water. But shows you what kind of a hayseed I am from Montana. So here's the deal. I think you know, all my life I've been very fortunate with visionary folks, allowed me to do a lot of crazy stuff. And when I got out of college and was able to take over the family ranch, a true privilege. These guys have really broken the mold on conservation long before I got there. So it's kind of a crazy story. If I couldn't follow that, I probably shouldn't have been in the business. But our whole premise in Montana is built off of partnerships, neighbor and up. And if we haven't figured that out, then, you know, folks like Lefty and I and Lisa are not going to be in business in my mind. So we're going to take you sort of on a flying trip, give you a little bit kind of where we're at in Montana, a little bit about the Blackfoot Challenge, and then we had this kind of special little project that talks about how you maybe look at a landscape, working landscape vision. So we're in western Montana, Missoula, Montana. We're a little bit north and west of that. So based right at the base of the Continental Divide. For those of you that had read a little bit or saw the movie, The River Runs Through It, Norman McLean actually, up until a year or two ago, his family had a place right in the Blackfoot, but eventually all things merge into one and a river runs through it. And if you would ask some of the visionaries from our valley, the Blackfoot is kind of the barometer of how we're doing. So if that's a healthy, intact resource, maybe we're not doing so bad, but we've got to add to that story a little bit. Pretty diverse, 3 different counties. So adding all those sort of government, county issues, bringing people together, it was really important to bring those folks to the table. Pretty diverse public and private ownership. About 60% is publicly owned. 20% was corporate timber. And then the base of that 20% is private landowners. So you can imagine, when you look at that map, most people would go, wow, that's incredibly, how are you going to work together? And really, that's the name, how we came up with the name Blackfoot Challenge, was that, wow, no, we have opportunity, but boy, it's going to be a challenge to work together. But it really has, in the end, been how we leverage and get work done. So you always got to have a couple of poster child guys that get the work done. These are one of many, two of many in the Blackfoot that stepped up way before conservation was sexy in the 70s and said, you know, we've got to figure out how we're going to be sustainable, how we're going to get this done. And it just happens they're standing right on the Blackfoot River. And to be very honest, at that point, they were not working with the state wildlife organization. There was a lot of this headbutting going on. Nobody liked each other. And this is going to be reoccurring with me, is that it was the landowners that stepped up and said, hey, we've got to find a new mold. If we are going to be sustainable in ag, if we're going to draw communities together, we're going to be able to look at this working landscape. How are we going to do that? And it's visionaries like that that said, you know what, we're going to change this mold and we're going to bring these folks to the table, whether we really like each other, but we're going to learn about each of our industries. So that's what it was. 92, the Blackfoot River was listed as one of the 10 most endangered rivers. And again, these folks stepped up. Instead of having someone sort of rule up from the top, people said, you know what? We should be the ones doing that. The local people should be talking about what that plan looks like, what restoration looks like, how are we going to mold all this together. And so that's exactly what they did. They rolled up their sleeves, went right on site, brought the partners in, and started talking about a lot of these really tough issues. And a lot of it was based on recreation, hunting, public access, all those kind of things that get people's pulse rate stirred up in a big hurry. That's what they were tackling then. And again, in the 70s, that was way before I was paying attention, I'll tell you that. So how do you get that kind of input? How do you get people involved? And I think one of the things that I'm most proud about with the Blackfoot Challenge is that we were moving dirt. Lots of great restoration going on. We actually had begun to start working with a lot of those agencies. You know, the one thing we missed was, how the heck do you bring 7 different communities in this 1.5 million acre landscape? How do you bring them together to get their input to that? So the Blackfoot Challenge is more about bringing that information up. So we went out to all the communities and we held meetings. And so what's on your mind? What are some of the things you all are struggling with that we can be helpful? And what we came up with is, yeah, they are very diverse and we have all kinds of things, but we sort of came up with a list just like anybody else. You were talking 4 things last night, 4 or 5 things. Number 1 thing was that sort of protection and use of natural resources. Water and all the other things kind of trickled down, but we came up with 3 or 4 things that they just said, this is really important. So that's what the organization focused on a public stage, is trying to deal with those and bring it back to the community. You can't talk enough to people. You know, we grew up with dirt under our fingernails, still today we do. And resources will be fine if we're talking to people. But the minute you lose that, we're not as successful as we need to be. And I think that's, I need that completely beat into my head every day. So in 93, we formed the Blackfoot Challenge. And again, if any of you've been in trying to start an organization, it's more painful strategic planning, and who'd have thunk a rancher would sit through strategic planning. But in the end, it's been about the healthiest thing for our ranch, really, to sort of learn that. But we'll read that: coordinates efforts to conserve and enhance the natural resources and rural way of life in the Blackfoot watershed for present and future generations. Pretty simple. We're 20 years old. That mission statement stands up today. The board's real proud of that. How do we get business done? When my father, he tried all kinds of different things with zoning and things in his day on the ranch. They used to say, you know, that damn Bob, he's gonna be a troublemaker, so we won't bring him in. And then about a year or 2 later, they roll out their great plan for county planning, and Bob stood up and went, hey John, I wasn't included in that. Gone, right? So much for planning. So his word when I grew up, I was that tall, so that was about 7 years ago. You'll be all right, never mind. Is that everybody better be at the table. Whether you like it or not, they need to be there. And generally, we converge, make that happen. So the Blackfoot Challenge Board is made of private landowners. Each one of those communities have a member on the board. All the managers from the public agencies are on there. NGOs, anybody that wants to be part of it. Again, a public process, always open to the public. 80-20 rule. I think that's the key. There's a landowner, fifth generation landowner, neighbor town to myself. He came up with that, and it's you know, don't you think that generally 80% of the things we come up with every day we can at least come to the table and somewhat agree? But the human nature, we love to fight, so we're going to pick the 20% that I just cannot agree with Steve on, and that's it, and we walk away. So when people walk into a meeting and block the challenge, you take the hat off, you knock that chip off your shoulder, and we go to work on the 80% that we can do. But it takes years of time to build trust and credibility to get to the 20%. It might be wolves, it might be grizzly bears, it might be water, whatever those things are. So we strive always that we're going to come back to that 20%. But don't throw it away because you're so upset or think it's impossible to get to the 80%. You got to develop that trust, as Scott said. That's key. When we talk proper pacing in the valley, ranchers are tough. Any private landowner is tough. It takes years, and we are crazy. I give the biologist hell in the valley. I say he's 90% psychologist and 10% biologist because he's got so many different people. He never knows who he's going to be dealing with. Durable solutions. Got to be things that people will bite into, actually work. Got to have a little bit of economy behind that. And of course, thanks to all of you, got to have good science. How do we get stuff done? A lot of people say, you guys talk a lot. Do you do anything? Yeah, our partners really do all the work. We try to sort of keep this sort of, I call it the traveler's umbrella, bringing information to those communities. But we have numerous committees that you can see, from weeds to forestry. That's how we get a lot of the work done. So, a little embarrassing to say, that original map you saw about the third slide in, I think it was 2001 or 2000. We had all the partners together. We didn't even have a watershed map. Nobody really even knew what was that, whose ground's that up there. Nobody really knew that. And so with partners like the Nature Conservancy and the Fish and Wildlife Service, we came up with a map, and people started to look around and they went, well, so Jim, they're talking about 60% federal, and you got 20% private and 20% corporate timber. And they went, Plum Creek Timber Company. And we started, well, let's see, how's the valley broken up? So all the ranch lands in the valley floor, right? That next fringe was corporate timber, and everything above was public ownership. And everyone went, oh. And guess what Plum Creek Timber did? They went, you know, we've sort of cut a lot of the timber, and now we're going to be this real estate trust company. Oh, real estate trust. That got some blood pressure moving there. So we looked at that and go, wow, that could fracture all of continuity, wildlife, people, all that people have worked for 40 years. What were we going to do about that? So we came up with what we call the Blackfoot Community Project, and it was based on a piece really from mid, if you look at mid-valley, about the middle of the map, north up towards Lincoln. Does anybody know who the most famous person in Lincoln, Montana was? Theodore Kaczynski, the Unabomber. Yeah, you guys know you got famous people in Florida. Come on. Just an offshoot. He actually came to a challenge meeting once. Kind of an interesting feller. But we looked at from that middle to the north. Those are the lands that Plum Creek Timber, through the Nature Conservancy, talked about that they might be willing to disperse. And so it was about 89,000 acres. And this went on forever. So what do you think the first thing we did? Did we just go ahead and a couple of us sit around with a beer and go, so here's who I want to have that land. Oh, my neighbor needs a little more cattle grazing, and we came up with a plan? Or did we go to the communities? Most nervous I've ever seen federal, state, or corporate people in their lives is I mean, you're doing a big real estate deal. There's all that cloak of silence and things that have to happen. But a bunch of us are saying, so we come up with a plan, community's not part of it, how good's that going to work? And so at some point after probably a year or two of this sort of negotiation, we finally went, time out. We got to go to the community. We won't divulge anything. We'll sort of be like a Bob Barker, let's make a deal, but there's no deal, Barker kind of thing. But we went there, Ovando School, it's got 16 kids, we had about 150 people that came. And at the end of the meeting, we just said, so anybody raise their hand that think at least taking a look at this Nature Conservancy Plum Creek Blackfoot Challenge idea? And people stood up and it was, the whole group applauded and said, yes, we should do this. So that gave us the green light. What's that do? That's buy-in. That community, whether they knew that Jim Stone was going to get a piece of ground or the Forest Service was going to get a piece of ground, that changed that dynamic. Everybody was vested and they wanted to do it. That's key to something that big. This is a $73 million project, one of the biggest for Plum Creek, or for the Nature Conservancy. So I won't go into all the details. TNC, Nature Conservancy, they were the banker. They wanted nothing. They do not want to own an acre, and it's still going. I think we have about 8,000 acres left to disperse. Did not want to own an acre. That was key. And yet we had a senator, Conrad Burns, that sat on Capitol Hill and went, no more public ownership. Well, that's going to be a problem. So when you do these kind of things, it was mentioned earlier this morning at breakfast, I think, is that you got to involve everyone from the ground up. So we got the communities. Who's the next piece you think we went to? County commissioners. We marched our way right up until we were sitting in Conrad Burns' office, talked to him a little bit, and then we invited him out, and he stood on my porch, and he's an old auctioneer, tough old guy, bought cattle in our country for years, and he went, you know, Jim, pointing at Tim Love, the Forest Service guy, he said, I hate the Forest Service. He looked at Fish and Wildlife Service guy, Greg Ninecker, and he said, I hate them even more. They're standing right there. I'm like, wow. We should have had a beer first, I guess, Conrad. So he goes, Nancy Anderson, BLM, standing there, and he goes, you know what? I really like BLM. You boys graze on BLM ground, don't you? Yeah, we do, Conrad. Oh, they're all right. And he sort of looked around and he said, how much is this deal going to cost? And he takes a little piece of paper out and he said, somewhere $73 million, Conrad. And sticks it back in his coat like that. And he said, you know what, boys? He said, if this is homegrown, I'll support it. And that's way cool from a guy that went, I hate all those folks. I do not think public ownership is right to community-based conservation in this country. And he got us $53 million before he was out of there. Now you can talk timing and the way the economy was, but that's how you build this. You have to, this communication thing, this ground up, landowners, get off your butt, conservation is where we're at. We cannot be asking folks that work for agencies and whoever else to take more risk anymore. We have to do this together. But it's got to come from the heart, and it's got to come from the landowners. So quickly, again, you can see all the colored blocks. We really, the challenge helped do the disposition. We just called people up and said, who wants to put their name on it? All this ground sold, other than to public, sold with a conservation easement on it. So it's been a huge undertaking, amazing, but again, the communities were in it from the beginning. One of the coolest parts, I think, that sold the deal is that right behind us to the north was one of Region 2's most successful walk-in hunting areas, most used for recreation in the valley. You can see it with a little black or red ring around it. The red block there, that's 5,600 acres. It's actually owned by the Blackfoot Challenge. It's called the Blackfoot Community Conservation Area. The red ring is 43,000 acres or 41,000 acres. We brought the Forest Service, State of Montana, Montana Department of Natural Resources, and private, and we managed that 41,000 acres together using a 15-person council, kind of set up like BLM RAC committees. Again, we raised $10 million privately in 18 months through bake sales, car washes, and lots of conversation. But that's what really helped sell the $53 million, that it was a buy-in from the community that we thought it was very important. Again, just sort of an overview of sort of how that group works. You can imagine the education values we have with that area right outside of these communities. The whole entire valley uses that. Amazing. Again, management plans. There's a lot of land in Montana that's been converted to public ownership without management plans and how you're going to fund it. We have a $2 million endowment set up that's going to help manage this thing long term with help from all the things we do every day to actually gain some cash for us. This is sort of what the valley looked like. Again, you remember 1.5 million acres. I'm guessing that was somewhere 10, 11,000 acres. This was in 1996. And this is not all conservation easements. This is about working conserved lands. That's 2011. Now, compared to Florida's map, we don't quite have that acreage, but for us, what it turns out meaning is that out of that 1.5, about 1.25 is perpetually conserved in working landscapes. That's pretty cool. Then you get to hang out with amazing people like this that come out and help you. And how many landowners get to meet a secretary or want to go back to DC and involve themselves in politics and help the secretaries do stuff? That's all part of our job to help you all improve the programs that we use every day. And it's just been an absolute honor for me to do that. So this is kind of where we jump a little bit. So all of these ideas I'm hearing, again, in Florida to Montana, all of this country, how much of that is transferable? So we could sit on our laurels in Montana, or you could here in Fort Myers and go, well, we got it pretty well figured out. And I guess if somebody comes, we'll talk to them a little bit. Or do we want to step outside that ring and go, how powerful is that we take that message across the country? And so we are a small blip, but we think we can take this kind of model you all have, we can learn from each other, and we're going to move that to a national level. So, lots of people come through the valley. We try to give them a good time there. That's what it's about, isn't it? Next generation, my son, his kids. We don't always sit hand in hand with the governor of Montana or those folks in DC. We need to change that paradigm. We need to go to work together. But us as private landowners need to take the lead. And I think I'm here to tell you, from Montana, if they haven't closed the gate for me getting home, that's going to be my message going back to our neighborhood, is that I met some really amazing visionary people, and we're ready to roll up sleeves and go to work with you folks in Florida and across this country. So with that, I'm going to knock it off, and Mr. Chairman, back to you, sir.
You know what we'd like to do, which would be fun, and Jim Martin, do you want to ease up along with Jim? Sure. Interesting, because the two Jims have both got experience, deep experience in public and private, which is really pretty cool, and which what we're getting their ideas. And they were talking this morning and said, look, Florida has its own programs, we're out there, so we said, what's in common? And we found that there's an enormous amount in common. And Jim, before we have any questions, I wonder if you might want to just say a few words as far as private lands.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, audience, staff, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm the invited guest speaker for the marine fisheries, which is going to come up in a moment, but I spent 30 years with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, retired as Chief of Fisheries. Spent 3 years working for Governor John Kitzhaber as a salmon advisor as we tried to figure out a homegrown strategy for recovering endangered salmon and improving watersheds. And so as we were visiting the last evening, I've known Jim a fair amount of time, heard him speak before, admired the Blackfoot Challenge. I was telling him a little bit about the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. an agency which was created in state government, an outgrowth of the Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds, an agency that helps sponsor and support a watershed, officially recognized watershed council for every watershed in all of Oregon. And those local solutions, those sanctioned groups, multi-stakeholders, where everybody's at the table, it's exactly the same message that Jim's delivering. If you don't develop homegrown solutions and you don't build it up from the ground and you don't have the key influential players in that watershed at the table, then it's just government stuff. And you know what? Government stuff just gets tired out after a while. Big government programs from the top down aren't going to solve these watershed problems we've got or these wildlife problems we've got in Oregon or Montana or in this country. The track record is the only way we really make fundamental core change, especially as we look at climate change coming and system shifting and demographics and development coming, getting ready for that future. You have to have local ownership. You have to have local county commissioners who are making all the development decisions, believing in this strategy, looking at that map, thinking about what kind of watershed in Montana our grandchildren are going to inherit, what kind of watersheds in Oregon our grandchildren are going to inherit, what's the future of Florida, and how do we map out where the development's going to be and where the protected lands are going to be, and then how do you create the right incentives? In this country, in Florida and in Montana and in Oregon and all around this country, the key question is, are large landowners, the working landscapes that are producing all these ecosystem values and benefits and all these wildlife protection and conservation strategies now, are they all going to end up subdivision someday? Or will we have incentives that are durable enough that we can pass that on to our children and grandchildren and still have it work? At the county level, at the state level, at the region level, at the national level. So around the whole country, whether it's Oregon's watershed councils, or whether it's the Blackfoot Challenge in Montana, or whether it's what you're doing right here in Florida, the question is, are we building institutions that are helping us to get ready for this future? And so we got involved in this conversation last night, and that's why I'm a little up here a little bit earlier than the Marine Fisheries Program, because I'm more interested in this than I am marine fisheries. That's 45 years of conservation here. What can we learn from one another that creates durable solutions?
Well, the neat thing, Jim, is that frankly, the two Jims sharing so much knowledge, and we're very interested in that. And we're mainly interested in trying to learn how we can change and improve and get better. And frankly, government is all, to the average person, government is regulation, stop, examine. Our view is just the opposite. We want to step in and say, how can we help you? What can we do to make your land better? What can we do to make your life better? And they're going to say, where are you from? Who are you? You're here to help us? I thought you were here to tell us what the hell to do. At any rate, it's a Socratic method, which we're using right here, and that's to say, how can we together, which is the message that Jim Stone was so strong, how together can we work together, make this better for all the citizens of the state. Now with that, before we have some dialogue here, I'd like to ask Nick to introduce Steve Jester.
I want to make sure everybody was aware on our panel, we have Steve Jester here. He's the Executive Director for Partners for Conservation. And also, in introducing Steve, we're excited to have him here. He used to be a part of our agency back in the early 90s. He was one of our biologists on our wildlife management system. So he came from Florida, went back home to Texas, done some great conservation work with the state out there, with TNC, got a great feel for how to work with these programs and landowners and interest groups. And also I want to give a shout of appreciation for the National Wildlife Refuge Association. I know David Houghton was here earlier. I don't know if he's still in the room, but that group is really stepping up, helping connect the dots between some of our federal agencies like the Fish and Wildlife Service and our private lands conservation initiatives. And they stepped up and are bringing in this program so that Steve can work with these landowners and help build this program. So Steve, we're glad to have you here.
Steve, we might say this, just if you don't mind, just tip this down. And the neat thing is, you were one of us, and you flew out of the coop. But the reality is, you've learned from being both here, you understand Florida. A few comments, please.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Nick, and thank you, Chairman. I have worked with landowners from Florida to Texas to Wyoming, all over the Rocky Mountain West, and before I came to work for Jim and the Board of Partners for Conservation, and it didn't take many of my 20 some odd years of experience to learn that landowners, whether you're in a public land state or a private land state, landowners sort of hold the key to conservation through the land that they own, the influence that they exert in the communities, and their vision for their families, for their communities, and for their individual ranches and farms. So very much an honor for me to work for Partners for Conservation as an organization where landowners are in the lead. Our board is 12 landowners. They ranch and farm for a living. They're not the biggest landowners. They're not the most raise the most expensive crops, but what they are the landowners that are the most committed to collaboration within their individual landscapes, and trying to take that message to a broader audience to make sure that public-private partnerships and collaborations are the preferred method of addressing the natural resource issues that we've got nationally. I've got landowners on my board who came together around water quality issues, who came together around candidate species issues, who came together around issues of species that have already been listed, and found a way to work together, both with their neighbors and with the agencies and the NGOs in their landscapes, to come up with solutions that benefited not just their natural resource base, but also their local economies and the social fabric of their communities. So it's been a long road to get to where I am today, but very much convinced that landowner-led collaborations are going to be the primary method of solving our immense natural resource challenges into the future. And really thank you for the opportunity to come and share some time with you today.
Well, this is neat, because you were part of the agency, part of the commission, and certainly you understand what Florida is all about. And I think it's what we like to do is in a Socratic or a sharing method for all of us.
And as we, Mr. Chairman, as we go, I also wanted to make sure you're aware, we've got a landowner that's part of the challenge. It's a Florida landowner that's been really involved in this.
Yeah, this would be Lefty. Can you stand up for a second? Lefty, cattle rancher and a representative and a board member for the Partners for Conservation. Lefty, it's neat to have you here. And as we have our discussion here, if you don't mind, we can ask you to blend in, because the purpose of our whole discussion here is for us to learn and improve. And with that, thank you. And then I'd like to, we can open our dialogue here of asking questions that would help. We can begin. Lisa?
I'll be glad to start. First of all, I wanted to make a couple of comments about Scott's presentation. Before I became a commissioner, we were lucky enough to work with Scott and some of his people in putting together a conservation plan for our ranch. And it was, it was a great exercise to go through. It's very detailed. But even more important was it really served as a base document that gathered all of the information about our property and our business into one place. And we've been able to refer to that document, I can't tell you how many times, when we were working with NRCS, Florida Rural Lands, Family and Rural Lands Program, probably with some farm bill programs, that we can go to that book and pull out whatever we need to fill out that particular application or to answer that particular question, that had we had to put it together on our own, we'd have been searching through some tall vertical filing cabinet trying to look things up on the internet and get this map and the other map together. So I can vouch for, even though it's a government agency that put it together, that y'all did a really good job and it's been really useful. It's very encouraging as a landowner to hear that our efforts are being recognized, what our contributions are more than they ever have been before. And it's not a look towards public ownership of property being the answer to everything. That I think we used to have that mindset, whether it was, we need a better water quality, we need more wildlife habitat, whatever the problem was, we thought that buying property and putting it in the public domain was the way to go. I think we're moving away from that, from my perspective, because we can't afford to purchase it anymore, and we unfortunately haven't always, as a public owner, been the best steward of that property once we get it. It's expensive to maintain. So I think landowners, to ourselves, are saying now we're finally being appreciated, and there's a realization of what we contribute to a lot of different areas, quality of life, wildlife, whatever it might be.
And the marvelous thing, just listening to this, and please continue on, but just to hear from someone that's on both sides. We have commissioners up here who are landowners, who are deeply involved and need to make decisions, and then look on the other side at government. And so a perfect example, you're a perfect example, as well as, frankly, several other commissioners here. And it's nice to hear. How have you seen the government, the cooperation? And you might expand on some of that and ask questions about that.
Well, we certainly, even 15 years ago, we wouldn't be looking to FWC to help us with anything. If anything, they had stood in our way of some of our business efforts. It was we and other landowners, I do think, have some negative history to overcome, whether it's FWC, Fish and Wildlife Service, National Parks. But I think there is a turnaround in the way that the government's being viewed, and it's taken a long time because there wasn't trust always. So you have to prove yourself, just like if you're in business, you've got to prove yourself to your customers.
That's such a good point, that we as government have to prove ourselves, because we've literally, and we've heard it right here, the perception is, what are you here for? You're at our doorstep to regulate, tell me more what to do.
And it shouldn't be that way, because the government is really working for the taxpayer, and that's who we are. One of the things that I wanted to ask Jim Stone about in your efforts with the Blackfoot Challenge was, I know in Florida, I don't know about in other states, it's a very litigious area when you're dealing with conservation issues, ESA issues. And did you face any of those as you were working on your project?
A lot of those uncomfortable things you tend to put behind you and forget, I suppose, but not really. I think the thing, and probably not so much from maybe endangered species, but timber issues in Montana are huge. Bug kill timber. So just trying to get timber sales through, all those things. As we've evolved, we're seeing less and less of that, because we've got all these folks at the table, and we actually have good science, and all those things are coming around. So there's that 1 or 2% that's out there that wants to always put that stamp on a letter and protest potentially good things. And it's sort of, I think it's sort of taking the sexiness out of doing that there isn't that big bang anymore, that you're looking around the room and you're the only one left there that's sort of saying, this is a bad idea. And, you know, when they start attack, probably not the right word, but questioning conservation or collaboration, not a lot of people have a stomach for that anymore. People want to see stuff get done. And whether it was, you know,
I love what you just said, but by the way, and that's what our goal up here, we can talk, but our goal is to take these conversations and turn them, you know, with Scott on the ground and all of our other people on the ground, make a difference and get something done that makes a change for the better.
So I don't know if I answered your question, or if you have a specific example of something you went, well, so how did that work?
Lisa, do you want to
I
add?
don't mean to
Well-
skirt your question at all, I just.
No, I mean, obviously there are a lot of differences between what Montana faces and what Florida faces. And not that Montana doesn't have people moving there, but probably not at the rate that Florida does. And we're kind of a melting pot from such diverse areas and viewpoints, and trying to mesh all of those together. I mean, it's so challenging, and it's such an uphill battle. And I know sometimes dealing with conservation issues, it feels like you take one step forward and 2 steps back, because you think you're headed the right way, and then something pops up that there's some interest that doesn't feel like they're being addressed, and they can really throw a wrench in what's going on. And it's, for a private landowner, you may not have the resources to fight legal battles. You don't have a membership that you can pull from, and it just seems like it eats away at the resources that could be used for so many positive things to be accomplished. And I just feel in Florida that's what we face so often, and I just wasn't sure if you were having to face those same things.
You're 1 step forward, 4 steps back is a story I know quite well. The benefit I have comparatively as a private landowner is that I have something like the Blackfoot Challenge, is that you have multiple, I mean, we have 600 landowners in our little world that are part of that. And then we have all those agencies, NGOs sitting at the table. So you begin to get that science, that experience that helps us get through those steps back. But it's part of the process that we had to learn, is that it takes time. And you look at it from your ranch or mine, when you go, sometimes you don't have time for that, but it's a part of a process on a watershed scale that we found that you have to take that. And that process is so important to make sure you do that, because if you overlook them, it just continues to sort of fall apart. And I think, as painful as that is, but having an organization like this is key. I mean, it's much what Lefty's finding, with his efforts, is the more you bring together, it's a family, it's a community of its own, and I think that's important. So I understand being left out there and go, we don't have time, so we probably have to step up because we do have an organization.
I just think that the biggest takeaway for me as a landowner is kind of like what I alluded to before. It's just great to finally be able to be recognized for our contributions, and I hope that as we look at a couple of options that Scott brought up, that people remain very open-minded about it. If you're willing to support financially national parks, state parks, county parks, and you see the level of maintenance and care for those properties, wherever on the spectrum you think that falls, whether you think it's great or you think it could stand improvement, that it's not necessarily a bad thing to compensate landowners in some way for what their contributions are and what they are adding to the mix, because it is a value. That deer or that turkey or whatever it might be on your property today, but it might be in a national park the next.
And this really would lead into regulations and government agencies and then wildlife. And I just wonder if we might hear from Commissioner Alligator, just to give us, you know, and I know on your side, you've had a lot of frustration, but let's look at the good part of it.
Well, first, Jim, I want to ask you one question. As you organized all of this conservation, did you work with the Nature Conservancy in regards to conservation easements?
Yes. So they were in the valley much ahead of the Blackfoot Challenge. It was early 70s. There was not conservation easement legislation. So a couple of those fellows I showed on they helped get that through in Montana. And actually, one of the first easements in Montana was 74, I believe, and that was by the Nature Conservancy. So they had a long sort of history of working with folks long before sort of the 93 and the Blackfoot Challenge. So moving that to sort of the 2000s and the Blackfoot Community Project, we had a pretty good relationship with
Okay, so as you put this all together to organize the whole community, you had the Nature Conservancy that pretty well bought development rights, or was there any transfer of?
This was all sort of done, I would say, privately by people. When the Blackfoot Challenge started, we had all the other, so you had the Fish and Wildlife Service, you had the State of Montana, Elk Foundation, a number of private land trusts that were all part of that conversation. So it really wasn't focused towards any one entity when the challenge started to form, but all of those entities have been working on their own underneath. And that was one of the reasons, is you're hanging around the ranch and here comes trucks with antennas poking out. You didn't know whether they were looking for beavers or grizzly bear or what they were doing. And then people are coming in, Jim, boy, we'd sure like to have a conservation easement. Nobody knew. You got 7 different people, and so people were confused. And so it was really that formation, the challenge helped sort of meld that together, put together a program that people.
But was there any funding source to kind of encourage people to put conservation easements on their property? No funding source?
No.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
that may be before my time, if there was. I sure don't know that, but not to this point.
Okay. But, my thought, obviously Florida is going to, double in population by 2060, I think. So we're going to be looking at about 40 million people. And the most beautiful thing that still exists in Florida, which is unbelievable with all our growth, but it's happened because of the coastlines being developed. Florida being known for the hotels and the beaches and tourists and warm weather. And fortunately, a big portion of our state is still natural. And obviously we recognize control by, old.
That's not widely known.
Yeah, I know.
People, what Commissioner Bergeron just said is most interesting. People look at Florida and they think beach and Miami and et cetera, et cetera. They do not think of the other side of this. And we've got millions of acres.
Millions and millions and 3 national parks and all 7 or 8 refuge areas, and one of the natural wonders of the whole world, the Everglades. But the interesting thing is that there's so much opportunity to work with the old ranchers and throughout the center part of this state, family that's been here for hundreds of years. It seems to me like in order for us to do that, we're going to have to look at sectors of maybe the southern part of Florida and then the central part and the panhandle. and I think that we should send some kind of signal out to all of these families which truly love their land. And it's not all about money with these families that's been here for 10 generations. That if we can get some form of funding through preservation of our natural resources to buy conservation easements, but have a metric system that puts a value on the conservation easement based upon the highest level of landscaping, wetlands, wildlife, endangered species, land that's been very little altered, and land that contributes to the future of having recreation and preservation and quality of life. And I think the only way that we can do that is to outline these areas and propose a metric system that gives property owners an incentive not to alter their land. And because over time, the only way, a lot of these old families, they're going to protect this land. But the thing that worries me is, when the older generations pass away, and then you've got estate taxes,
You are right on target, and all the, frankly, government with tax incentives, we've got to take a look and say, okay, we were talking about that this morning. How does the tradition of children, grandchildren, how do we keep this going? And our threat, of course, is taxation. Government steps in and says, they force you to sell. Well, we do have an exemption that goes up now to $5 million. But the reality is, it's figuring out these easements. A very good example is Tall Timbers up in North Florida. We are close to that. But Tall Timbers goes out of their way to create easements, and they were attempting to educate. And I think Commissioner Bergeron was just saying, how do we reach out? And maybe it's more education to let small landowners, medium-sized landowners, small entrepreneur to know, here are these tools that are out there. They might not know. Now, I know Tall Timbers goes out of their way to quote, and Brian, you know this well, to educate, to open up and say, here is what here's what government can do, here's what a conservation easement will do, here's preservation. Brian, some ideas.
Thank you, Chair. I love the comments the two commissioners have made, because I was thinking the same thing. What we're really grappling with here is 100 years of how we've managed as an agency, and we can also be federal too. Is that sort of the 100-year model was to go out and either designate something public land, or to go out and purchase something for public lands. And so, the first half of the 20th century was all about growing the federal estate and growing the state estate. And then, here in Florida, we passed P2000, we passed Florida Forever. These were land purchasing programs, voluntary, where we sort of stopped, okay, you already own something, you're growing. We spent $3 billion over 10 years, and then when Florida Forever came, it was another $3 billion. And that was bigger than the federal land purchasing program that was out there. And that's 100 years of history here, and this is really a major paradigm shift for us. I mean, one of the things I took from Jim's presentation, there was a quote up there from Ken Salazar a couple slides back that really suggested this was kind of the paradigm shift of how we do conservation, that we've gotten, that was for that century. Going forward in this 21st century, it's really how do you bring the private landowner to the table, and it doesn't mean owning it. Private land, you can keep funding. We've got an amendment that's going to go on the ballot that's going to bring more money for public land conservation or whatever. You can keep funding it, but it doesn't mean landowners want to sell their land. A lot of landowners want to work the land, and they just need a little help, and the incentives was the word, to keep owning it.
So, you know, when we talked about the conservation amendment a few years ago, where we were providing tax incentives for land ownership, you know, one of the cool things about the environmental groups that came to the table on that, and the agriculture groups that came to the table, is they said, look, there's a list for public land buying with our Florida Forever program, and it's $9 billion worth of, you know, we're just never going to get there. That's not going to be the way to go. We'll either never have enough money, people don't want to sell their land, so let's turn to this private land stewardship. So part of it for us is this shift. It's really I don't know how else to say it. It's a paradigm shift, and it's also interesting because we talk about private landowner, and sometimes when I talk about it, I think I used to work for a big private landowner, and when we talked about private land stewardship, it was us, the private landowner, and then government and other folks. But this is community conservation also. I think that was the phrase used. It's sort of this bringing all the parties together. I represent, like Commissioner Rivard, we represent the small landowners of Florida. They're 2 acres, or it's how do you bring every little how do you bring us to the table and get real community buy-in here. So
you're saying a significant, I think the major message, Brian, is you're saying a significant shift of the past was money for public ownership, more public ownership. Now we're seeing, quote, a transition, keep it private.
And how do we retrain? I mean, Scott is kind of the cavalry for us. You know, he's way out there. He's kind of riding out in a new frontier, and the rest of us got to kind of get there with him, and the rest of the agency and other agencies, federal agencies. We all need to get there. You know, Scott and his group and Jim, and I mean, these are the innovators of conservation. These are the entrepreneurs of conservation going forward. And we, as an agency, we need to shift and get there with them. The question I have, so this comes down to, you kind of said this, but Reagan said, you know, the 2 things you never want to hear is, I'm from the government, I'm here to help, right? So how do we as an agency sort of play into that? Because there's, you know, what I'm thinking is, two questions I have, and Jim could address this. One is, how do you get that going without it being us? Because I think there's, even though we're all private guys who loan land or have private jobs, you know, coming to say, hey, here's this great idea, listen to us, and almost right out of the chute might poison the well to some extent. So one, how do you get it to be truly a grassroots movement? How does that flicker? How's that prairie fire start? And then number 2, so that'd be one question.
Well, we can only ask one at a time. I can't remember.
Okay, all right.
Age. I may need support from these guys on that. I'd be kidding you if you think I'm smart enough to understand to come to you all and go, this is the kind of thing we need in the valley. I think we all learn through this community process. There's a way where there's, you know, 3 or 4 people meeting and there's an idea. The point is that a private landowner stands up and goes to his community and goes, what do you guys think about this? Instead of you having to do that.
Right.
Which leads to you actually rolling out the idea and going, you guys kind of like this, there's potential there. We do not do public meetings in the Blackfoot without a private landowner running that. And that makes all the difference in the world. I can go, you know, Greg's got a wildlife program, and I go, well, here's what we're thinking. You know, and he's coached me and done whatever I need to do, but I say, you know, this makes sense to me as a landowner, and we're bringing this, and then he rolls out the program, and then you go to the community and go, what do you guys think? Do you like it? It's all about a little bit of smoke and mirrors, but it's a process of saying that we'll take ownership to stand up in front of our peers and go, somewhat protect you from having to get your head torn off because somebody had a bad experience with a wildlife agency.
Jim,
most people don't think about the process you're asking about. It's something that happened 25 years ago with Grandpa, and they want you know, their time in court over that.
Yeah, and that's really what Brian's really saying. We are now, we have literally, there's this transition and a shift. We're looking at the private entrepreneur, we're looking at the private landowner, and frankly, Governor Scott represents this, and his understanding and his view is, let's see private sector do it versus public sector. With that, I'd like to ask Lefty Lefty, if you could come up, I'm a cattle rancher, and then Brian, we can ask questions of Lefty as well.
Yeah.
He has some specific thoughts on this. Lefty.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank all of y'all for the opportunity to come, and really thank you for what involvement I know some of you have had towards helping us get some conservation easements in process now. First of all, I'm a cattle rancher. My father-in-law was Dole Carlton Jr., so we've been at it 9 with generations. In the beginning, I think, and if you don't mind just a couple of minutes, in the beginning, when we talk about
Please take as much time as you like, and frankly, Carlton Ward, who's also wrapped into the whole group, he travels the state and he's another beacon for getting people outside.
Yeah, he's a cousin, my wife's cousin.
Yeah, right.
But, you know, I think if we go back 15, 20 years ago, there was no trust, like Jim Stone said. There was absolutely no trust between the private landowners and the government. And that includes me. When we divided the properties within our family, Jane and I got the 12,000 acres in Yeehaw Junction. Our intent, because it was 80, 85 miles away from Wauchula, was to sell it. When we got it, we knew the turnpike was there. We knew eventually there'd be development there. So we really, at that time, had no interest in being 85 miles away from home. So we were going to sell that ranch, and have had a couple of opportunities. The more we got there, the more we stayed there, the more we liked it. Of course, then, you know, the real estate market crashed. No doubt about that. We all admit that. And then we had the opportunity through the Fish and Wildlife. They came up with this partners program. They came up with this headwaters of the Northern Everglades. We really liked the sound of that. So here we are now. My mind is 180 degrees from where it was.
Wow.
So, how do we accomplish this? I don't think we accomplished what we're trying to get done, and I spent the last 3 years going back and forth to D.C., I think 125 meetings while I've been there in 2.5 years. So, I took the page from Jim Stone, who is a personal friend and who allowed me to become, you know, I'm in the Partners for Conservation. I am on the board of directors for that group. I'm also in the NEA, the Northern Everglades Alliance, which is kind of a loose-knit group that we're trying to accomplish and model ourselves after the Blackfoot Challenge to try to get some conservation things done in Florida. My main point, Ron, we've known each other a long time since we were pretty young, rodeo, a champion of land, a champion of the Everglades, appreciate that. How are we going to do what you want to do, which is save the Everglades? Lisa, how are we going to do what you want to do, is get some of them panthers on the north side of Caloosahatchee River if we don't all work together? The way that we've been trying to do this for 3 years, and we've got the federal government and finally got them off their behinds, and because of the state of Florida being willing to do rural and family lands, Florida Forever programs. So we finally now getting them the thing that we knew all we need to do all the time. We needed to know that we couldn't fund this from the state. The federal government can't fund it. So how are we going to get it done? Through conservation easements. If I gave the state of Florida the money to buy all they wanted to, they wouldn't be able to maintain it. So as far as the state continually to own land is not the right idea, I don't think. But when you take the federal government and the state government and the landowner who is putting up quite a bit. When I give away my development rights on a piece of property, I've given away my most valuable asset. So the only way it's going to happen is if we work together. And it needs to happen, Mr. Chairman, in some of your opening remarks, you asked a question that I haven't been able to forget. Where are we going to be 20 years from now? If we don't conserve some of these large ranches, and when I say ours is one of them, the Adams family is one of them, these families want to stay in the ranching business. How are we going to do that? And I think we do it through conservation. But if we don't, we can't fix, Ron, the problems south of the lake. We can't fix them. But I can tell you what we can do. We can prevent more of them from happening. Because when we start developing north of the lake, on up through the Yeehar Junction area. What are we going? We're just adding to the problem that's going to take billions and billions of dollars to fix. The same problems we have now.
Lefty, it's very interesting. I think each one of us can share, and it's so helpful to hear this. How Barbara, etc., your other relatives. We have a place where we've got cattle, we've got timber income, we have agriculture income, we've got, and then we also hunt, and we love it. We're trying to get our kids, how do we take this and pass this on? How do we continue the heritage that all of us want for this state? And it's not easy. Now, my wife happens to be with Tall Timbers and one of the goals up there, and we're doing a super job. We've got about 30 million acres that are under conservation easements. And Chuck knows this well. It's so important to go ahead and preserve and keep and get the tools. So, but continue.
Yeah, and I think you've hit it right on the head. The way how do I preserve this for my family? I think that through conservation easements. We don't want to sell it. Well, but if I took the dollars right now through a conservation easement for whatever percentage of the land's value and whatever, the numbers aren't important right now. But what is important is that we have that tool, and through our own participation, we're not asking for anything, we're not giving something.
Let me ask you this. This conservation, and in fact, Commissioner Bergeron mentioned this, conservation easements. We really, is the message loud and clear for all people on that? And I think that's something we've got to, as far as communication, we have to say, does the fellow that's got 50 acres, guy that's got 500 acres, does he know these tools? The fellow that's got 5,000 acres or 50,000 acres, we really need to have the message, government does. Now up in our area we do, or we've attempted to do it, but maybe not everybody. So it's important to understand that that's there, here's a tax advantage, blah, blah, blah.
And I think that's probably one of the problems, because, you know, Florida has, through the Florida Forever programs, it's all about fee simple, and it has been. We got to change that mindset. The federal government doesn't need to keep owning land. I know that when we're talking about the Northern Everglades Headwaters and Wildlife Refuge, because of the sportsmen, and they should have it, there has to be some kind of a fee simple project there, so they continue to have the opportunities to hunt, to fish, and stuff. We understand that.
As Commissioner Yablonsky has said, which I think is most interesting, our Vice Chairman said, if we take a look at this wide out, we're talking about a huge shift, a transition, like the past, government, the future, all of us, private, and let us grow, let us take care of it, let us, et cetera, et cetera.
And I think what you do for me as a landowner and the Adams family and for whatever families, you give us the opportunity to continue our way of life. We do also have the opportunity in my area particularly that I could store water. I could do water storage that would help. You know, to me it's a win-win-win for everybody.
Well, I think you have a lot more landowners that are interested in conservation easements, selling their development rights, maintaining their culture, their heritage, their roots, and their identity for many generations to come, and that's less money as well, and the property owner becomes the caretaker, and you have preservation that into the future that affects
you would just hit this dead on, and that's really our message up here, and it's reflected by, frankly, Lefty, you've done that beautifully. Jim Martin's right next to you. Jim, do you have any thoughts on this?
I don't think there's any doubt at all across the whole country that the shift in conservation planning strategy has moved from fee simple purchases and establishing wildlife management areas, wildlife refuges, to conservation easement structure. There's no question. Conservation easement structure is the future. And last night we were talking about 6 different incentives that government could, different kinds of programs and helpful things that government could provide to landowners. My experience, both in Oregon and around this country, is usually when that gets screwed up, it's because we didn't include local government. Most of the conservation horsepower in this country is with federal government and state government. Most of the development decision making is happening at local governments. Local governments are stressed to the max to provide services. They want to do that without increasing taxes. The way you do that is expand the tax base. So they have this magnificent incentive to approve incremental development to expand the tax base to provide services. They're not going to set aside a conservation strategy for their land use plan and then support it unless it's politically supported in the county and the government, and unless landowners get the message from local political leaders, yes, this is something we want you to do because it's good for our county's future. Otherwise, you're going to screw up our ability to have our tax base expand. You're going to take the money and run, and you're going to tie up the development of our county that your heirs can't do it. So the tone of local government, do they support long-term conservation planning as part of land use planning, or do they not support it? Do they support this technical assistance, conservation easement structure, the kind of things that are very, very helpful to the landowner? If we don't have local government involved, we got a fundamental problem. And I've seen plenty of places where local government supports the right things, and I'll bet you in the Blackfoot Challenge, local government is on board because you got the leaders of the county right there, the major landowners. I've seen other places where big governments, either from federal or state, comes down and runs into a major blocking effort because they didn't do their homework with local government.
That is so typical. And with that, we'd like to ask, Lefty, we were going to have our vice chairman just blend in briefly here.
Yeah. Well, just real quick to something that Jim's point exactly, and I think Bo would, but I look over at Bo, I think he probably wants to say something too, about the local government. You know, a few years ago, we were looking at the state level of how you could incentivize more conservation easements. And, you know, at the federal level, there's income tax breaks, estate tax breaks that go into that. We don't have an income tax here in Florida, so we looked at property taxes and we said, okay, could we pass a constitutional amendment that said, if you agree to put your land into a conservation easement in perpetuity, you would get a full exemption on your property taxes. And that got huge support from the landowning community. It got huge support from the environmental community too. We had the top environmental groups lining up to support. This amendment passes in Florida, you have to get over 60% vote. It surmounted that. We got it. It has to go to the legislature to get implemented. And who showed up at the legislature? It was the county property appraisers who said, this hurts us. You know, and so they watered down the incentive, the tax incentive, through the implementing legislation. I mean, it's something it'd be great to revisit because it was an incentive out there that we heard was a good, strong incentive, but then they said, well, no, we're gonna, and it ended up being half of an incentive. And you're right, it's because we didn't bring the local government to the table.
That's part of it. A large landowner is right here, Chuck.
No, not large compared to the other commissioners, but there's a couple of things that I've heard today that really hit home with me. One is the 80-20 that Jim Stone brought up. So many times as government, we go to the 20% instead of the 80% that we can all agree on. Part of it's because we're time limited in some cases, so we address the problem that none of us are going to agree, and that stops. Right then, there's nothing else going to happen. I think that's so important to us, and that comes through education, because so many people don't realize private land enhances public land. Public land, though, that's managed, if you start talking about government buying more and more acres, they're going to be subject to a budget. When that budget runs out, they can't do certain things. We as landowners love our land. We may have a budget, mine gets blown every year because I want to do more than what I've allowed. If I see something that needs to be improved, I want to do it. That enhances property that's around me. So I think there's a lot to be said about we have to educate, we have to involve everyone, just like what you've indicated. We got to agree on that 80%, and then we got to take the time, whatever it is, to get the 20%, and it may take a long time to work through that, but what I hear is that is the real challenge. Government doesn't need to own the land because government can't afford to manage the land like private landowners can. People don't want government to manage the land like we do because it'll cost more money in all those agencies.
land is by far managed better in the hands of private people, period, because we love the land. We're going to take care of the land. We're going to manage the land as we should. And if I'm sitting here on the commission, we look at budgets. We don't want anybody, not any part of our agency to exceed whatever we budgeted for them to spend that year. But as a private landowner, we look at it entirely different. So we do whatever it takes to do it, and that as a whole enhances all of the land that's around us. There is not an infinite amount of land or resources that enjoy the habitat that we help manage. So we have to work as hard as we can to educate the people so that they understand private landowner is good. It's good for us. And the 20% talking about what happened in Florida, the property appraisers, the first thing they did, they went to the 20% because it's their money. They didn't think about what it could have possibly done long term. It's what it's going to do to me right now in the next year or the year after that. How am I going to manage my particular agency or my particular county, and how am I going to give up those taxes? But no credit's given to the fact that with some education, with some planning, there may have been a way that we could have done all that they wanted and still accomplished a much greater ending than what we have.
This is such a great message, and we might take one piece of this message and say, let us revisit, Mr. Vice Chairman, let us revisit what was rolled back, because we busted our tail to get this amendment. We got it done, and then it got all watered down. We might try to revisit that, because the reality is any of these governments, and if anybody knows it well, over here Beauregard does, but government almost at every level, they are not financially oriented. They cannot run their own store very well. They don't really, if they go broke, doesn't make any difference. That's the way it is. Now, I'm being a little heavy on this, but the reality is we're hearing today loud and clear from everybody up here, and I think in the audience as well, that private enterprise, the individual, this country was founded on that. This country, the very bedrock of the country is not government. The bedrock of the country is free rights, states' rights. And one heir from my wife's side, ages ago, they started with the very same principle in Massachusetts in the 1600s. Bo.
It's hard to follow that, but well, first of all, thank you to all the guest speakers we've had today. And I want to just go through, since you're not from Florida, I know you're familiar with, in the different states that you come from, but one success story that I'd like to talk about that Commissioner Yablonsky is familiar with too, and it was touched on briefly in terms of the tools that you presented, and one of those is sector planning, and it's a relatively new concept that Florida has, I think, been very creative in coming up with. And so, but in Bay County, well, let me back up. I think others have touched on this as well, but in Florida, it's, without doubt, we have some challenges ahead of us with population growth that's inevitable, and there's, you can't put your head in the sand on that. You got to figure out how to deal with it. And so, the growth management laws in Florida have changed fairly recently. Some time back, local governments were really pretty unsophisticated with thinking ahead and comprehensive planning and anything like that. And so, so Florida took a more centralized approach and tried to kind of top down with some of the growth management ideas. And then, since Governor Scott's been elected, that's changed again, giving more autonomy to the local governments, because the idea being that over the past 20 years or so, local governments have become more sophisticated and have some planners on staff and have become more familiar with some of those tools. And so, back to the sector planning, and this is the homegrown solutions are the only ones that work. And I think that we're all in agreement on that, and now more than ever with the power going back to the local governments. And so in Bay County, we had a very large landowner, which is the St. Joe Company, who Brian used to work for, and they're one of the largest private landowners in the state. And so there was a
problem with the Bay County Airport. The runway was too short and needed to be extended out into West Bay. Well, there was a huge outcry from the environmental community that because of the class of waters, seagrass and all that, there was a big problem. And this was truly a local problem that came up. And so the airport authority reached out to the St. Joe Company, and I'll try to get through this quickly. It's a very long story, but and so the idea was, rather than extending the runway, let's build a new airport. And so they went to the largest landowner in Bay County, which is St. Joe, and went to the community and said, if we were going to build a new airport, where would the community want to have it? And there were some restrictions because of Air Force bases and such. But anyway, ultimately, the decision was made by the St. Joe Company that they would put up and donate the land for the airport property, as well as the mitigation land that would be needed for that. And this was before the real estate crash, when there was big development plans. And so, in my opinion, and I'm biased because we worked on that project as well, but you had, countless public hearings where the local government was very engaged, and the private landowner wanted to obtain development rights to what had previously been timberland, but in exchange for that, they put up over 40,000 acres into conservation, and that surrounded a huge portion of West Bay. I think it was like 33 miles of shoreline around West Bay, which will now never be developed around that shoreline. It's in conservation, as well as 40 some odd miles on the banks of the tributaries. And so it was, and it took years, and you had, at the table, you had the landowner, its shareholders in that case, but it could easily be family members if it was a privately held property owner. You had environmentalists, you had neighboring property owners, you had the people who lived there, and people from the community that enjoy these resources. And ultimately, it all happened. And it's one of the few sector plans that has actually been adopted in the state of Florida. And so I just look at that as, when you're going through the homegrown solutions, and just because we lived with it for so long in Bay County, I think it is a success story where if you work with local governments and they were able to give some incentives to the landowner, to just say, you just need to do the right thing, and you're not going to have development rights. So that's not realistic. But it was a really good exchange, and the beneficiaries of that, for the future are, are all the people of the community that now will forever be able to, go fish in that part of the bay, duck hunt, and there will never be development around that part of the coastline because of the exchange. And it's all private sector, and so
to Jim's point about who's at the table, that plan faced some environmental opposition from some environmental groups. To your point about folks want to show up and sue, but
it had tremendous environmental support.
One of the groups, a couple of the groups, Audubon, showed up and took a beating from the environmental community. But Audubon stepped forward. It's them wading into that 20%, saying, you know what, we do know that this is going to inspire some development in the area, but what we're getting for it is that important, and we'll take the arrows in the back. And they were there at the groundbreaking for the airport, and it was fascinating, but it was not easy for them, because they were, the wagons got circled around them and they got singled out, but tremendous leadership from Florida Audubon at that point, and National Audubon backed them too, which was great. Yeah.
So anyway, just as you're traveling around the country in other states, that maybe a tool that not all states are looking at, but it doesn't work for 20 acres. But if you have large landowners, then you can use that as a tool. And so those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you both. Mr. Purdy.
Yeah, just to probably being a dead horse here, but I just think when you look at what you can get for money spent for a conservation easement, and compare that for what you're going to get if you spend $1 on purchasing land to be owned by the public, your dollar spent on a conservation easement is going to go much further. And not only that, but you have to remember, whatever that land has been used for, a ranch, an orange grove, whatever it's being used for, that land is going to stay productive. It's going to keep feeding America. It's going to keep jobs in the community. Whatever it's been producing up to that point that's still going to be part of the economy of that local area. And, I do think we have some groups in place. It's probably just getting them together, whether it's the Florida Cattlemen's Association. We have a lot of very active NGOs in Florida, and land council. So I think we have some groups that are in place, maybe that just need to kind of repurpose some of their priorities or realign some of their priorities, maybe add some things to their priority list that they haven't had before.
That's a very good thought, and frankly, I think we're talking about how we can get private. That's our message, and conservation easements, big piece of it. And toward that end, we worked on that so hard, Mr. Vice Chairman. Would you like to take a look and let's attempt now to take these thoughts that we just had, and we can specify beginning and just let's indicate from top priority, second priority, etc. Go ahead.
So I was sitting here listening to all the commissioners, and I was taking notes as to what some of the takeaways and the specifics that we might have, that we can, all of your thoughts, and is there a way we package this up? I told Scott when he was pre-briefing me on this, I said, get excited, because of all the strategic areas we're looking at, this is the one where the commissioners are going to be loving on you, because they're landowners up here, they know where they speak, very passionate about. Landowners own the land. They want to do right by the land. They have the right incentive because they own it. So you're going to get commissioners, you're going to get this body very excited about this. So where do we go? One of the things that a number of y'all said was education and getting landowners the information. And I talked to Scott, and he put this together for me. But one of the concepts we talked about was a menu of programs and tools in the toolbox. You think of it like a restaurant menu. You show up, you got appetizers, you got your entree, you got your desserts. We need something simplified in language that, and I want landowners to participate in this, but to get them the menu in a very simple, not necessarily a government version of it, but what would appeal to a landowner, to get them interested, to say, you've got there are 50 programs here. There are federal programs, there are state programs. Let me check the box on a few of these, because some of these sound really interesting. Conservation easements included in the different programs, and package it in a way. The appetizers can be everything from regulatory relief is the appetizer, grants are the entree, tax incentives are the dessert. Technical assistance is part of it, but organize them in a way and package them in a way that we don't have to sit in front of every landowner. If we've got something to landowners, it might create that spark of interest there.
Now that makes good sense. We have a document here, Scott, and the key is clear, simple, average guy can read the darn thing and say, hey, this helps me. This makes good sense.
And that's one way to get in the door. We were talking at St. Joe, and this was pre-Scott's time. When we were at St. Joe, Steve Shea was too. We never saw anything like that. We just didn't know. It'd have to be almost accidental where you were running into somebody who could tell you about a program. And that would have been helpful. We owned close to 1 million acres at the time. You would have thought, that would be out there. The second point is a landowner is not unlike a economic development prospect who comes to the state. When they interact with government, they don't want to interact with 100 different agencies. They want life simple. It's like, you're telling me this, but I got to go see this agency and this agency. It's too much of a headache. Why do I want to deal with it? So is there a way, sort of like how Governor Scott's been doing this one-stop, is there a way for all these programs that at least at the state level and even at the federal level that we have available out there that a landowner can go to and sort of be the clearinghouse to some extent, but make it simpler, and then they'll connect you up, and we'll get you with the right people at Ag or Slant. But clearly, there's one body to go to rather than 20 different government bodies to go to.
And what about even including making sure that the counties and local governments are aware of whatever our menu is? You're pushing that down, because that's where that's where it all starts, is when they go to see the planning department, and so making sure that they know what we're trying to offer.
Right. I would be frustrated because there are programs, and you go through the book, there are federal programs, there are state programs, there's FWC programs, there's ag programs.
Make it simple. Make it clear. You don't need 10 agencies. Get one and say this is the way to do it. Now that's
that would be number two. That'd be number two. Number three, I probably should have started with number three as number one, which is what we're trying to do is think like a landowner. What would a landowner want? And maybe it would be helpful to have some kind of landowner advisory council for this commission to say, you know, and I think we probably have in some form or fashion different groups, but boy, I'd love to see the landowners come together to advise us to say, you know, we've looked through the inside, we looked through, this is what would be helpful overall in trying to encourage this and get the word out about whether it's conservation easements or programs or things like that. I think the Land Council, certainly I know Ernie Barnett's here, you know, the Land Council represents a big core of them.
Yep.
That's more downstate. You go upstate, it's going to be more timber, silviculture interest, so maybe it's Florida Forestry Association or something. But we ought to have an advisory council we turn to and say, help us. So that would be my third.
All right.
Conservation easements, obviously.
That's a tool.
Big conversation here, big tool.
Yeah.
And it would be good to revisit that to at the legislative level to see, and even with Governor Scott.
This
I've had
is
this conversation with
very
him.
important because we did all that effort several years ago. We got the amendment passed, and then typical government steps in, waters it all down. So what you work your butt at, you know, go to the top of the mountain. Now you slid back down.
But even what's there, nobody knows what's there. It was sort of.
It's like the affordable.
You know, nobody wanted to talk about it because it was
the Affordable Health Care Act. You read it. No, nobody can read it. It's 2,000 pages. Who understands it? Got to hire 20 lawyers. Even they can't understand it. Well, the reality is, keep it simple.
And then sort of this would be 5, but with all these programs that we have, it would be good for us to do an analysis. And again, this could be in conjunction with the actual landowners, whatever group, the landowner group that's advising us, is which programs actually work and are popular and get the bang for the buck. And that could be in terms of numbers of participants. Wow, of all these, we got 50 programs, but a lot of folks seem to go to that one. Almost nobody goes to this program. Or it could be in terms of actual output, in terms of product. Like, you know, this program got us the most acreage or most watershed protection versus other programs, because it helps to have that analysis to see what works and why it works, what doesn't work and why it doesn't work. And if there's some programs that we need to jettison because they're not that popular and it's not working, then we ought to do that. There's some we need to focus more on because we get more value out of it, but there should be that kind of analysis to see how this is coming along.
Good conclusion. Good conclusion. You've got some specific points. And before we go on, I'd like to ask our director, Nick, we'd like to.
Well, Commissioner Vice Chair Yablonsky mentioned it, but we are glad that Ernie Barnett's here. Ernie, if you want to come up and say a couple of words, Ernie represents the Land Council. He can give you, they're pretty wide-ranging group of landowners. And Ernie, I got to say, last time Ernie was before this group, he was working for the South Florida Water Management District, and he was a bit on the hot seat. And he retired, and he's got a different hat now, and we loved you then, we still love you now. So,
Ernie, it's most interesting. You were Dave Moore, and was Swift Mud? South Florida, all right. Well, Swift Mud was right over here with Eric Sutton. At any rate, this is most helpful to have you blend in with us. And we were talking with Charlie Likes this morning, and frankly, large landowners. And we asked Charlie. We asked him a number of things. Chris was on the phone. Chris Wynn, and we asked, you know, what specifically can we get out of this whole session that can be translated into action that makes sense, and then let's do it.
Well, Mr. Chairman and Nick, thank you for the opportunity to say just I'll be very, very brief, but just by way of introduction, I think most all of the commissioners and a lot of your staff I consider close personal friends. I spent 30 years with the Department of Environmental Protection for about 21 and 9 with the South Florida Water Management District, heavily involved in Everglades restoration, did a lot of regulatory programs as well, and actually also worked on the Bay County ecosystem permit agreement we did with them when I was with the department back in, I guess it was in the mid-90s, I think it was, or late 90s, early 2000s. But the Florida Land Council is 19 principal members, and with only 19 landowners, you would think not a large amount of acreage, but they're very large landowners. They represent over about 3.2 million acres of land. And with recent acquisitions of portions of St. Joe by the Deseret Company, we actually have land holdings from the Florida Panhandle all the way down to Southwest Florida, pretty much cover the entire state of Florida. Here in this local area, it's Lights Brothers, of course, Alico, King Ranch, Littman Produce, Barron Collier, the Collier Company, Collier Enterprises, and they really are focused on working and engaging as a unified body with government, the regulatory agencies and the resource management agencies, to find opportunities for them to continue their stewardship of their land in an integrated way that helps government accomplish a lot of their objectives. So I couldn't be more pleased by the discussion, the enlightened panel you had, as well as all of the very thoughtful comments of each and every one of the commissioners. I'll leave you with one last sort of observation. Since coming on with the Land Council in January after leaving government, I could not be more pleased with the interactions we've had with the commission and the staff, and working very closely with Scott on the wildlife BMPs. I think there's a lot of opportunities there to provide landowners some regulatory certainty, and probably provide even greater listed species protection by taking a more holistic look at how the larger landowners can fit into the conservation puzzle. Very excited about the payment for environmental services, working on the opportunities, as Ms. Pretty mentioned, with less than fee acquisitions of conservation easements and other opportunities to provide those stewardship agreements and stewardship partnerships with landowners. I'd be happy to serve in any capacity going forward on any sort of advisory committee, as Commissioner Jablonski mentioned, and just look forward to continue working as the commission continues to develop the more tools in the toolbox to provide for opportunities for landowners to participate in their overall objectives. So with that, I want to compliment your staff, work very closely with Jackie in Tallahassee, and have the utmost respect for Nick and Eric, and working with you guys, and thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Ernie, thank you very much, and it's impressive, frankly, from the private sector. You represent roughly a third of the private acreage in the entire state, and it's most helpful to hear that. Now, if we take a look at all this, Ernie, we want to thank you very much for those comments. Commissioners, we'd like to, we heard some specifics from our Vice Chairman as far as rounding up what we're taking conversation now, and we want to move it to action. And I'd like to ask our Director, having heard all this, if we can specify exactly, we talked about direction, could you share that with us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, first, I step back, and this is all in the context of strategic planning and thinking out 15, 20 years. And what I first heard is a real validation of our commitment to working with private landowners and the importance of private lands in the state, and how we're already, as an agency, investing resources. And as you talk about, we're starting to try to turn the ship. As we turn the ship, I see this as a major emphasis area for our agency as we continue to make decisions about where we place resources and what we invest in. To me, this is one of those leading edge areas that we need to continue to do all we can. Not to say we're going to be, we're going to grow as we develop opportunities, and as we can need capacity to really be leaders in this. And I think what I'm also hearing is you as commissioners expect us to be leaders in this arena, to be out in front, and to be actively engaged with these landowners and the communities they're in. And the trick that I heard that really helped me think about this is that, and being leaders, that means to me getting out and having those conversations, developing those relationships from a government perspective, so that we build the trust. And the ideas and the solutions are going to come from the landowners and the community. And we've got to not get in the way of that, first of all, but also do everything we can to foster and support those efforts at those local community levels. So I can see in this discussion our role firming up a bit better than where we were before. Our kind of role has been get out there and just meet with whoever wants to meet with us and work with whomever. But as these community-based landscape level initiatives develop, that's where I think we can really get in and do a lot of good and help connect the dots. So I love the summary, education, menus, thinking like a landowner. The more we work with and talk with and understand, the better we're going to be. Developing, having a role in these programs that are out there that develop incentives and conservation easement programs, things like that. Doing all we can to help support and guide those things, and also analyze what works and what doesn't work, and continually trying to find the sweet spot that work for landowners and work for the landscape. And then the big picture is, to me, our expertise and is about the fish and wildlife resources and the habitat they need. So the more tools we can provide to help guide these initiatives where they're really needed and where we need that community focus, I think that's a role we can play as well. So those are some of the things that resonated for me.
Mr. Chair, I was going to say real quick, when I came into this conversation, I kind of thought, well, is there one big template for the state, that we could apply across the board? And hearing everybody talk up here, I've personally kind of moved a little bit away from that, because kind of what I heard today, it's like Tip O'Neill said, all politics is local, and to a large extent, all conservation is local. And the best examples of the best things that we're doing out there relate to the sector plan in Northwest Florida and West Bay, relate to the Red Hills and 300,000 acres of longleaf conservation that was all privately driven. Government didn't have a role in that at all. It was all private landowners with a private not-for-profit. The Northern Everglades Headwaters program, that's one of the newer ones. At the end of the day, the strategy is to allow those to happen and create the fertile playing field so that those pop up, because again, Florida is such a diverse state, and the geography is so different where you go, and the habitats are so different where you go in the state, that it's hard to have one program to overlay on top of all of that.
We might just ask, Eric, you've heard from all of us, and then our director, and Nick, I wonder if Eric could specify, not now, but if you could get back to us with some very clear conclusions here that you've heard articulated, and so we could all receive those and then say, these are the things, and then what are we actually going to do from this? Because this allows us to take the talk to specific actions. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, one last thing before we go to speakers. That I heard from a couple of different commissioners. Commissioner McCready brought it up. I think our agency also has a role in being a voice for the strong conservation values on private lands, and being a voice for how important private lands are to the conservation community, and achieving a future for conservation, future for fish and wildlife in the state. And I think our agency, in a lot of ways, is in a good position to champion that and help get that word out even more. That's already building traction and momentum, and I think we can be a voice for the importance of private lands and what landowners are doing for fish and wildlife.
Excellent.
Yeah, I have, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, right.
To
Commissioner Bergeron.
For us to, at some point in time, there will be funding for conservation, preservation, open space, and there'll be some kind of funding. I think we need some kind of a model recommendation. We do have a master plan that I've seen that kind of highlights the priorities of the most pristine natural resources that we have in the state of Florida that are contiguous to public land that we already have. If we can set some kind of model up, work with our staff to set a model to recommend the most pristine areas, prioritize the sequence of what's more valuable, and also maybe a metric system that would give an incentive to property owners not to alter their land. That when the land is appraised, the conservation easement based upon how pristine the wetlands, the landscaping, the wildlife, and how many endangered species it benefits, that would detour property owners from altering their land if there's some kind of incentive that may be coming up in the future when there is funding.
I think
Kind of a signal.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent idea to specify. Eric's got that, so we would go ahead. And when we all of us get this back, we can take a look at these things and say, yes, this makes sense, or we want to alter this, or we want to change this. The key thing is you ask for some specific action, and that's the type of thing that we all hope to get out. And obviously, Brian, you specified 4. So we've got. Is there anything else before we listen to our speakers?
Well, I would just, to Commissioner Bergeron's point, which I think is good, it's a delicate balance too, though, how we do this, because I know in my prior life, working for a big private landowner, the last thing you wanted was your land on a map that government was generating. Because it signaled, we're coming after you, you know, and it's a big target, it's a big bullseye, probably. So again, you just have to be sensitive to that and careful to that. A lot of times that sent off alarm bells when we were being designated as critical. But the concept is, agreed, you have to be able to prioritize where the areas.
Mr. Vice Chairman, our first speaker, please. Or do we have any?
First, we do. We have 2 speakers. We have with us from the Conservancy of Southwest Florida, Rob Maurer. And Rob, there were 2 other speakers who donated their time to Mr. Maurer, so we give Mr. Maurer 9 minutes. Mower, my fault, and it was appropriately done here, sorry. And then after Mr. Mower, we'll have Byron Meharry speak.
Okay.
Terrific, thank you very much. And
please take your time to do exactly what we're wide-eared now.
Very well. My name is Rob Moher, and I'm President and CEO of the Conservancy of Southwest Florida. And I've been with the organization 16 years. I've been in conservation over 25 years, working internationally and in Florida. So I've got a great interest in this conversation today. And I think the most important thing is just the Conservancy, just for those of you that are less familiar with us, we're a regionally based organization, started in 1964. We've been in the business 50 years. We protected lands, 300,000 acres we've been involved in Southwest Florida, in Lee, Collier, Charlotte, Henry, and Glades counties. And we work with all the tools in the toolbox. Scientific research. We've rehabilitated over 40,000 native wildlife, releasing almost 20,000 back into the wild. This is all funded, by the way, by private individual contributions. We work very closely with FWC on panther research. We have a 21-acre nature center that educates over 30,000 people a year about Florida's beautiful natural resources. And we really do try and work in partnership to advance conservation goals. I think the point I'd like to bring up today is just two programs the Conservancy is involved in that I think is important for the Commission to be aware of. One of them is a pretty exciting program that very much dovetails with what you're all speaking about today, which is the Florida Panther Pilot Compensation Program. This is a program to acknowledge the challenges that private ranchers and landowners face as development pushes out further into the rural lands and people and wildlife come into contact, particularly with a large predator such as the Florida panther. So this program was really started to acknowledge that, and the Conservancy uses its own funds to compensate small ranchers and landowners for losses from predation from panther attacks, documented ones that FWC documents, so that we can at least do our part to say, well, we can't do this for the large landowners, so this is really a program designed for smaller ranchers and landowners and hobby animal enthusiasts, but we have 2 parts of the program. One part of the program helps subsidize the cost of building enclosures so that those hobby animals can be protected from potential attacks, so we help subsidize that with grants. And the second part of the program is really to compensate for loss of calves from predation from panthers. So I just wanted to bring it to the Commission's attention that this is one of the programs. It was a pilot program. It's been running a few years, but really in the last 2 years, the program has really increased. We've had more and more inquiries from different ranchers and different hobby enthusiasts out in eastern lands. And I just want to share with you a couple of quotes that we've gotten from people that have benefited from this program. I think it's fantastic. It's amazing. Thank you. We appreciate it. And a more substantial quote, we appreciate the efforts you guys are making to support compensating these small operation ranchers. And I think the small ranchers really appreciate how these payments can at least partially mitigate the loss of calves to panthers. And I just bring it to your attention because I think it's an example that certainly is in light with payment of ecosystem services, with sort of acknowledging private landowner rights. And it's part of the conservation community as a nonprofit organization's effort to take dollars that we raise through fundraising and put them into solution-driven approaches that acknowledge those rights. So just wanted to share that information with you. I think it's in line with the spirit of a lot of the discussion today. The second part of my comments really have to do with the role of private landowners. I am really grateful that there are so many responsible landowners in the state of Florida who have taken such a leadership role, because obviously it's a critical part of the solution. But I would say that we need to keep all the tools in the toolbox available to us. Easements are obviously something that are critical, and as the Conservancy has been involved with easements for over 50 years and holds easements on significant swaths of lands, this is a critical tool that we support. However, payment of ecosystem services is a tool we need to look at, which I know is enthusiastically being looked at. But fee simple acquisition is still an important tool. I wouldn't want to give that tool up, and I would like to explain why. 4 weeks ago, I had a landowner walk into my office. A family been involved with ranching, agriculture in Southwest Florida for at least 3 generations. Parents have passed away. The siblings don't want to operate 15,000, 20,000 acres anymore. And they approached me and they said, Rob, is there a program? We would like to sell 5,000 acres of critical watershed areas of panther corridors. We'd like to sell it so that this can become public lands. This can be managed for the ecosystem benefits to the community. And this is a really high-level wetland area and important area for panther habitat. The answer was no. Today, there is no program that you can apply to. I referred them to the Trust for Public Lands. We said we would do what we could, but I just bring it to you as an example that there are landowners who do want to get out of the business of managing that swath of land. And so if we don't have that tool in our toolbox, we potentially could lose an opportunity to acquire 5,000 very, very valuable acres. So it's not an either or, I think, is one of the messages. You need all those tools. And that was one example. The second example, there are landowners people who invested significant swaths of land during the boom time that just want to get out of owning the land. I've got an example in Southwest Florida, 5,000 acre piece of land, significant piece of land with some very good ecological value. It's owned by the Dutch government. The Dutch government just wants to sell it. They have no interest, like many of you who have been multi-generation ranchers and farmers, they have no interest in stewarding the land and doing the right thing. The Dutch government just wants to get out of this deal, and they just want to sell it to the highest bidder, and they're not too concerned about the ecological impact that the next person who purchases land may have. So there's landowners who have deep commitment to the land. There are landowners who have less commitment to the land. We just have to acknowledge that. The third piece is the zoning. We've got in Southwest Florida over 30,000 acres of proposed mining taking place in Southwest Florida right now. There are areas in Lee County that are zoned for mining. But what we're finding is a lot of the lands that are being proposed for mining are outside of the mining overlay. So again, that tool that the local governments must have in their toolkit, they've got to have some zoning issues. Otherwise, if we have 5,000 acre pieces of land going into mining that are outside of the zoning area for mining, what are we going to end up with? We're not going to end up with valuable ecological lands which provide economic benefit to our economy. We saw it last year with the water quality issues that hit the Caloosahatchee. 90% of the visitors said they would not return to Lee County, the tourists, because of the water quality issues were so poor. So the economic value of these things need to be respected. So zoning is important. Science-based decisions are important. Education is important. So I would just ask the commission, as you sort of look at all the tools in the toolbox, we need them all. We need private incentives. We need economically based incentives. But we do still need to keep those other tools in the toolbox that are pure fee-based acquisition when it's appropriate. So I wouldn't throw the whole program out. I wouldn't move in that direction. I'd say, well, let's keep all the tools. Let's think flexibly and creatively. And just that the Conservancy stands ready to work with all of you privately and as public organizations to help advance some of those goals. And I think when I look back 50 years ago, the Conservancy was founded protecting Rookery Bay. Look at Rookery Bay today. I think that is a shining example of a public asset that has been hugely successful. You have a beautiful state-of-the-art education center there. It's a fabulous area for fishing. It's within 2 miles of Naples. It's a huge lure for tourists, for sports fishing, for the recreational fishing industry. And what a great legacy and success that the Conservancy had a role in making sure that that was acquired. So sometimes acquisition is the right thing, not always, but sometimes. So I thank you for taking the time, allowing me to share those thoughts with you, and be happy to answer any questions or share further resources on our experiences with the Panther Pilot Program, which maybe that's a tool that we can expand in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Byron Meharry, and then Byron will be followed by Matthew Schwartz.
Byron, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners and Mr. Executive Director, Mr. Chairman, and all your beautiful staff. I've said for years that you guys are blessed, with the staff that you have. We don't always agree, but they're always sincere, and we come to some conclusion. I'd like to welcome you to my hometown. I have deep roots in this town. My grandfather was a fireman on the first steam engine that ever came into Fort Myers in 1904. Wow. And my grandmother was valedictorian of the first high school graduating class in Fort Myers. Segued into the...
Byron, what school was that?
Well, it was the only high school that was here. I think it was, I believe, I'm not sure, it was in the old Gwynn Institute, which is on 2nd Street, I think, that town. But they had many wooden buildings that many of them burned down over the years from that standpoint. But I remember when my father and I used to be able to walk down through the street. If I didn't know him, my father knew him. Everybody up and down the street. Today that isn't, of course, the case.
Cannot believe the roads here, the growth. I worked here in the 60s on the right along Big San Carlos and Bonita. Unbelievable. We drive today, our population is quadrupled. The roads, our old dirt roads, is now, it's on 4-lane highways. It's unbelievable. 41.
Yep. Well, I've walked these passes barefooted tonight snook fishing, and yes, it is pronounced snook, not snook, because I've been pronouncing it longer than anybody in this room, so that makes me right. To the business at hand, my father and grandfather were both cattle ranchers, so I have a lot of empathy and sympathy for cattle ranchers. And I'm overwhelmed by the talent that sits here at this table today and the wisdom that they bring to us. I would like to ask the commissioners to keep in mind that I do believe that fee simple ownership or long-term leases other than conservation leases hold an important part, because most of your conservation easements, the land is going to be worked and going to be managed as it has been over the years. And I applaud you for considering this and for this group that's here today. However, my group, and I do represent the Everglades Coordinating Council, which is a consortium of 18 conservation organizations, I would ask you to keep in mind that there is a place for fee simple and long-term leases that permits public access, because most of conservation easements, other than, and I don't consider high-dollar hunt leases as public access. I'm talking about Joe Lunch Bucket outdoor recreationalists. We have a number of lands management areas. I applaud our executive director for doing a memorandum of understanding on the headwaters lands to come with conservation with the U.S. In concert with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. But we keep in mind we do need those kinds of lands to, as we double our population, we're going to double the demand for those kind of lands. And we do a good job of managing with management areas and parks and other types of things. So just keep that in your toolbox, as you like to say, for future. And thank you for the opportunity of speaking tonight. Thank you for gentlemen for coming the long distance. Some of you have come.
Thank you, Byron. Our next speaker,
Matthew Schwartz.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Welcome to Southwest Florida, where I happen to be living at the moment. I wasn't planning on speaking today, but I am here and I decided I did want to weigh in on this topic. I think what I will talk about, just for a few minutes, is the topic that Mr. Moore brought up from the Conservancy and the issue of zoning, and how important a tool that is, and how important it is for the county commissions who are making so many of the important land use decisions to be thinking about that as they make these decisions. I just made a little note to myself when I heard somebody talking about we have to learn to think like a landowner. Probably that's true. We also need to think like the wildlife we're trying to protect and think about their needs, how those critters interact with each other, with the land, with us. Zoning is important, and I could give you many, many anecdotes since my work with South Florida Wildlands. I should have said that. I'm the executive director of South Florida Wildlands Association, a small regional organization basically dedicated to habitat protection in South Florida. I'll give you an example. A few years ago when I went to Hendry County to plead with the Hendry County Commissioners not to rezone 3,000 acres of land north of the Big Cypress National Preserve addition lands and the Seminole Reservation for the largest gas-fired power plant in the country. And they said, Mr. Schwartz, we understand what you're saying, but we're a poor country, poor county, we need work here, and all these issues you're bringing up with the Panther, that's not for us to decide. That's for the scientists, that's for the federal and state organizations to decide if this change from an agricultural zoning of 3,000 acres, as the former McDaniels Ranch, to be converted into the largest power plant in the country should be allowed to get forward. They're saying that's not our purview. That's for you, or the scientists who work for you, or the feds to decide. The problem is that you weren't there to help them and make that decision. So I stood there alone. And I said, come on, there's other places, even if, we're not even talking about gas, whether it should be built or not, there are better places to build it than in some of the most important primary panther habitat in the state, and it is, because when the preserve is inundated, as it will be this fall, that's where the animals go. We know that's where they go. We see the telemetry that your scientists provide them. I'm not going to have a long time to really get into this, but the issue of zoning is important, but also taking advantage of the scientists that work for this commission. They know where the good places to develop and where the bad places to develop are. And there's nothing wrong with crowded cities and having country. That's good zoning. City and country is good. Having people living together, taking advantage of mass transit, being able to walk to places. What we're getting in Florida is sprawl. If we're going to have a population that's supposed to be 35 million in 2060, and we're going to take up all of this private land because of landowner rights, that's not going to work. I have tried hard. I've worked with Kip Froelich in the audience here, Jennifer Goff, other people within the commission to try to narrow down what is the consultation requirement of the FWC when a project like this FP&L plant in panther habitat takes place. And we need to get, I want to work with you guys on it, so when these commission meetings meet on these big development projects that can impact large-scale habitat, that you're part of the process and you're not coming in after the fact, maybe consulting, maybe not. So my time is just about up. This is a long conversation. We can continue at another time, and we'll be talking over the next few days. Thanks.
Let me make one comment, Mr. Chairman. Can I make one comment?
Tell you what, before you do, we do have a question from Commissioner Pretty.
Sure.
It wasn't from Mr. Schwartz, it was a general comment.
Okay.
Well,
all right, continue.
What I'd like Mr. Schwartz to understand is we did comment. As the point commissioner over the Everglades, and we even had our staff down there in regards to the primary panther habitat. And I called nearly every commissioner personally and let them know that that particular geographical location not only bordered Gum Swamp, but it actually was a corridor connecting the Big Cypress Preserve to Holy Lands in Rodenburg, and that it was a very, very pristine area for them to rezone. And I did that personally. I just wanted you to know that. And I did have our staff down there, if you remember, that pointed out that, and we were very, very much against, even wrote a letter to the commission. So it was unusual for them to proceed with such a purchase in my eyes personally.
Well, rezoning thing.
Me and you talked personally about it. It was very unusual without them going through due diligence before the purchase. So want you to know we were extremely involved. And matter of fact, even today, I have met with Florida Pound Light personally myself, and that should be relocated in a different location.
Thank you.
Just wanted you to know that
Thank you.
we are there.
Thanks for your help on that.
And I agree, and me and you agree on this one. We don't agree very often, but we agree.
That is true. But it would have been nice also at the commission meeting, so when I'm standing up there, I have you guys saying the same thing.
Well,
or women, it would make a difference to these kinds of projects to have the discussion in public, where everybody could be hearing some reasons why a project.
Why don't we do this? Why don't you have that private conversation with Commissioner Bergeron? Thank you very much for your comments.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah,
Thank
call
you.
me anytime.
Will do. Okay.
Commissioner Purdy.
Just a couple of comments about things to consider as we, look at the things that you listed that were brought up by the Conservancy. And Mr. Mower mentioned the Panther Pilot Compensation Program, and while that's a good starting point, I don't think it's a secret about how extremely difficult it is if you're a commercial cattle producer to confirm Panther depredations. If you're a livestock hobbyist and you've got 10 acres and you got some goats and a couple of cows, yeah, you know what happened. The biologist lives in town, you're in town, they come out and everything's fine. But if you're running even 100 cows, which probably means you've got at least 1,000 acres, and a lot of it's scrub and hammock and wetlands, you're not going to find that dead calf that was depredated on by a panther. So it's good for a segment, but for your larger producers in Florida, it's not going to be the answer to that big problem. And I think maybe we didn't touch on something relating to how fee simple purchases might take place. I think we only addressed it in terms of public monies, tax monies. There's nothing to say that a group like the Conservancy couldn't raise $25 million to buy 5,000 acres in Southwest Florida and manage it for habitat or whatever they think is the best use. So, and I think that in Florida, we have so many wealthy individuals that are concerned about conservation, that should be an area that we can target and maybe funnel some of those private funds into fee simple purchases, whether they become wildlife management areas or whoever the owner is.
These are good comments. This comment, let's take that down. Thank you.
I just wanted to kind of expand on those couple of points.
Okay, thank you. That's very similar in the Everglades to our incredible benefactor in the Everglades. Eric worked so hard. At any rate, let's do this. We've been at this, and we'd like to conclude the meeting at this point. Take a little recess, but before we do that, I wanted to thank both Jims and Steve, Lefty, and everyone that's had a chance to share. Ernie, everybody that's spoken. I think we've all thoroughly enjoyed it. I want to thank everybody. Now we're going to take a little break, 10-minute break, and then we'll get back. Deal with fisheries next.
Yeah. help you out. I think I can hire someone to lift you in Thank you very much. It's gonna be around.
That's not really very good. Can somebody else step up here? Now in France they would say, assieds-toi. Mademoiselle, assieds-toi. Sinon? Welcome back, Commissioners. Our next speakers will be Jessica, who's right there, Director of Marine Fisheries, and Gil McCrae, Director of Florida Fish and Wildlife Institute, Research Institute, and frankly, new approaches, which is exactly what we all have been talking about. How do we roll into this century now and take a look at things differently? Gil.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is a bit of a leap and a segue, but let's see how we do. So here's what we're going to talk about today. My job is to just paint a very general picture about marine fisheries, because we know you guys don't deal much with these issues, and you need to be reminded of what they are.
And the older you get, the more you remember, huh?
Well, really, we've gone a few hours now at a commission meeting without dealing with a marine fisheries issue, so it's about time, I think. So I'll set the stage. Jessica will come up and give more specifics on how we approach management, some success stories, some challenges that we face, and start the discussion on some innovative approaches to deal with them. But really, Jessica and I know that we're just a warm-up act for Jim Martin. And if you have a chance, it's always better to go before Jim than after Jim.
Tell you what, that's very accurate. Listening to Jim, he ought to be in the legislature. He ought to be Jim. The microphone is strong. Go ahead, Gil.
And then Jim will, of course, create a whole new level of energy in the room, and we'll come back and kick off the innovation discussion. Where am I pointing, Tim? Okay, so why do we manage fisheries? It seems like an odd question, but the proper question might be, why do we spend so much time managing marine fisheries? And it has to do with the resource itself, the complexity of the resource, especially in Florida, and the nature of the issues. But if we step back and think about it, it is big business in Florida. I'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. It is strongly tied to the other huge business in Florida, which is tourism. They're inextricably linked. It's part of our quality of life here in Florida, and part of the cultural identity. And it is one of our public trust resources. A little bit different than the standard wildlife associated public trust, but it's a public trust resource nonetheless. Here's a very interesting graphic that I think you all were provided with early on. We've got to be careful with economic numbers because it's very easy to get into apples and oranges territory. But this is numbers from the same report. And what this does is it breaks down, as of 2012, the fisheries economics of the U.S. by state. And this is just on the marine side. And this is information from NOAA. And if you look real quickly at this, the number for Florida is $29.7 billion.
$30 billion, Gil.
$30 billion, that's correct.
On a $200 billion up above, okay?
That's right. Now, That 200 billion is the entire country. Florida's 30 billion of that.
Okay, so we take 30 billion and the economic, we take 15%, and that's, frankly, we've got 50 states, so Florida's very, as you say, we're the fishing capital of the world.
I mean, look at that little itty bitty state, Oregon, only what, 1.5? It's so small and insignificant.
Hey, you're here because the salmon are important.
Yeah, bang for the buck, I think is the term they use. But if you look at a place like Alaska, which we normally associate with a huge fishing industry, 4.8 billion, and right behind us is California, 25 billion. But these numbers are staggering. So to put it another way, let's look at marine fisheries in Florida compared to some of the other iconic industries like citrus ranching and the space industry. Now these numbers aren't directly comparable, so it's not really 4 billion versus 29 billion for cattle ranching. But you can see that there's no question that marine fisheries is in the league with these other very important industries, if not in excess. The commercial fisheries alone in Florida, $16.6 billion in sales. Those are retail sales, I imagine. And we've talked about recreational trips, and this is what's really mind-blowing when you start thinking about these numbers. 25 million saltwater recreational angling trips per year in Florida. That's more than the visitation to Disney World each year. It is more, or comparable to rather, all 16 Smithsonian museums in Washington, D.C. and nearby in the National Zoo. And this one got me. More people saltwater fish in Florida each year than the combined visitation of Grand Canyon, Yellowstone, and Yosemite National Parks. So this puts it in context.
Very interesting statistics if we take a look at, I mean, we're so significant and we don't realize it. But if we take a look at that, Gil, is there a breakout of the 25 million of ages at all?
Yeah, we have some of that information. This data is generated by MRIP, so it's coarser and it has some of the issues we've talked about. So public trust. You see all these pictures up here of wildlife, and typically that's what we think of when we're talking about the public trust doctrine. Last session we learned that the management of terrestrial ecosystems requires cooperation between private landowners and public landowners. On the marine side, we still have public trust. All of the resources are managed by the government, belong to everybody, and they're treated as a trust. But we don't have the ownership issue. Typically, we don't have the private versus public ownership issue. And very rarely do we even have boundaries at all, except for things like state waters versus federal waters. So it's much more of a frontier mentality in marine systems relative to public trust. And some of the challenges are unique to marine systems. Perhaps the biggest one is the perception, it still exists, that marine systems and marine sources are limitless, boundless, and part of that I think comes from the fact that they're not generally visible to the public. You're not going to be casually strolling down a beach and pick up some consideration that bluefin tuna are declining. However, if you're a landowner or if you're out in a park or public lands, you do notice whether the deer seem to be more or less abundant. So these ecosystems are removed from the public consciousness in some cases, and I think that's part of the issue. We manage them at very large scales, in part because of an economic concern. We can't often afford to manage them at small scales, but more often because that's how they're distributed. Redfish in Florida, for example, there's an East Coast stock and a West Coast stock, with some differences north to south, but that scale is what we're looking at for most marine fisheries. And if you think about the modes of participation, it is all over the board. Everything from fishing from a bridge to a private dock, to a charter boat, to a commercial fisherman, etc. There's just a lot of access points for marine fisheries and folks to enjoy marine fisheries. And unlike most wildlife species, there are significant recreational and commercial sectors for many of the species we deal with. So the other thing we have to think about with marine fisheries in Florida is this state's not all created equal, and you'll see a graphic of that in a second. What happens in the Panhandle is different from the Big Bend, and the Keys, of course, have their own unique fisheries, and you guys hear about those on a regular basis. Even within the same species, often in different parts of the states, we have different perspective from stakeholders on how they should be managed, and we run into that frequently. The same species has significant biological differences depending on what part of the state you're in.
snook management on the Atlantic versus the Gulf is significantly different, even though it's the same species. So this is a graphic that was put together that is really just a cut and paste of the few key species that we deal with in Florida. And this is probably about a third of what we could have put on there, even the most important ones. And just looking at this, you can start thinking about what we have to work with. Commissioner Roberts and Commissioner Rivard will tell you that people that fish for redfish up in the Panhandle fish for them differently than folks that fish for them over in Mosquito Lagoon. It's the same fish. Fishermen generally have the same objectives, but it's a whole different type of management. We have trap fisheries down in the Keys for things like stone crab and lobster. We know, for example, in the Keys, a lot of the recruitment, the young organisms that ultimately support our fisheries like lobster, they don't even come from Florida. They come from the wider Caribbean. And similarly for some of the pelagic species like dolphin, the tunas, and the sailfish, the scale and scope of the recruits that feed our population is just enormous.
Hey Gil, is that red snapper 9 miles out or how far out?
It is exactly 10 3/4 miles out from the top of the dorsal fin. It's a Florida red snapper. And if you miss it there, it's cut and pasted and it shows up again on the East Coast. So just kind of a fun graphic to reiterate the diversity of things we have to work with in Florida. And keep in mind that even though a lot of these fisheries are mainly offshore, there's strong inshore connections. Things like gag grouper, you'll find them as juveniles in the seagrass beds on the west coast of Florida. Inshore, most of the fishing, a lot of the fishing will be offshore. Same thing with snook and redfish and a number of other species.
Gil, you've got so many fish to manage. How many different species do we have in total?
That number exists, and it's over 100, I think. That we actively, every year we produce a status and trends report that tracks populations, and I think it's well over 100, and maybe the 120 range of the fish stocks we actively track. Now, if we're talking about what's out there, it's many times that.
That's what I thought.
Yep.
It's many times that.
Yes, sir. So more numbers, just to kind of get your energy up a little bit. Florida leads the nation in a number of categories associated with marine fisheries. We have the most licensed anglers. We have the most visiting anglers in general. About half of our saltwater recreational fishing is from out of state, if I remember correctly. We lead the nation in saltwater fishing trips, and we lead the nation in boat ownership, which is a big deal and actually a revenue source to FWC. The other thing that we often forget about, but it's a real issue, especially in this part of the state, is we have fishing going on year-round. Other parts of the country have a bit of a break when the fishing effort tails off, typically seasonally. We don't often have that in many parts of Florida. And then from an operational standpoint, Jessica and Martha will tell you this when they look at the number of travel reimbursements they file. We're the only state in the nation that sits on 2 federal councils, the South Atlantic and the Gulf, and 2 interstate commissions, both on the Atlantic and the Gulf side as well.
How about California? Are they, how many different councils do they have to be? The Pacific? One. Okay.
Yeah, and then Alaska, I believe, has their own, right?
Florida, very complex.
Okay. So this is where I turn it over to Jessica to pick up on some of the management issues.
Hold on, before you go, you said Alaska has their own?
Mm-hmm, they do.
It's a good idea. Embrace the Alaska model here.
Yes.
Get ahead of myself.
That's right. So Florida has a varied marine fisheries management strategy, and we've basically been maintaining access and plenty of fishing opportunities while adjusting regulations to ensure long-term sustainability of fisheries and fish stocks. We have a demonstrated record of success with nearly all of our stocks managed at the state level, meeting or exceeding management goals. We have a high degree of stakeholder satisfaction with the majority of our regulations and the way we conduct our information gathering process. And we have a history of collaborative management with commercial fishermen for our commercial fisheries. So if we turn the telescope and look backwards, 30 years ago, before the FWC was even created,
Some of our most popular sport fish were depleted, and angler satisfaction for these species was very low. For example, we never thought that snook and redfish would ever recover to the levels that we see today, but under the state's careful management, these fisheries recovered from past declines and are now considered sustainable. With the redfish fishery, levels got so low in the 1980s that the fishery was thought to be near collapse. Multiple emergency closures were put in place, and then eventually seasonal closures and aggressive slot limits. And after about 15 years, the fishery significantly rebounded with various types of regulations. And we're now at a place where we're exceeding our management goals, and we were recently able to relax the regulations in the northern part of the state and have a greater bag limit. And we now have the luxury of managing these fisheries for stakeholder desires, for an abundance of large fish in the water and high catch rates, instead of just trying to maintain a sustainable population. So what are some of the reasons why we've been so successful? Well, the FWC has been proactive and progressive in balancing access to the resource with resource stewardship. Another reason why we've been successful is that we are unique in that we have our Fish and Wildlife Research Institute. And this allows us to have world-class research at our fingertips to inform the management. And this is really unlike what other states have. Other states within their Fish and Wildlife Agency do not really have the caliber or the magnitude of the research that we have at our Research Institute. And they don't really have the assessment scientists, the number that we have, and are not really able to run the state stock assessments to the level that we have here. We also have a history of using innovative management approaches, such as with the Tarpon Tag program that was put in place in 1988. This was put in place to discourage harvest or encourage catch and release. Another example is the Marine Life Tiered Endorsement Program that was put in place for the commercial aquarium trade fishery. This program was developed with industry in order to respond to a number of unique concerns about their fishery, like gear types. And there's also a recreational lobster stamp. We now call it a lobster permit. And this lets us know who's harvesting lobster recreationally, and then we can use that information to help us collect recreational harvest data, since lobster are not picked up in the MRIP survey by the people that are sampling at the dock. We've also been successful because we can be nimble and responsive to many real-time concerns, such as the closure of snook that we were able to put in place immediately following that 2010 cold weather event. And finally, we think we've been successful because we listen to and are responsive to stakeholder desires, such as with the agency's marine rule cleanup process that's working to simplify and streamline the regulations. In addition, at the request of our commercial fishermen, there are rolling closures in place for derelict trap removal for blue crab traps to keep fishermen on the water and minimally disrupt their business practices. And finally, the Commission recently implemented unique regulations for our permit fishery, and even created a special management zone in the Florida Keys, the special permit zone, to respond to stakeholder desires for more of a catch and release type fishery in this part of our state. So this does not mean we still don't have issues that need to be addressed. And one of our biggest current challenges in Florida has been issues relative to federal fisheries management. For example, stakeholders have a high degree of dissatisfaction with the federal management system that's been implemented through the regional councils. They feel that constraints imposed by federal laws are inflexible and unfair, and that the federal data system is really considered inadequate to keep up with the demands of the management system, and stakeholders lack confidence in federal management, both the system and the process. So one of the reasons why there's a high level of frustration with federal management is due to the federal management system, which is a result of the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation and Management Act. This act was originally passed in 1976 and is the principal law governing marine fisheries in the U.S., and it directs the conservation and management of federal fisheries. It created a 200 nautical mile zone called the Exclusive Economic Zone, or EEZ, where the U.S. claimed those waters for the nation in order to push out foreign fishing vessels. Ultimately, the U.S. Secretary of Commerce, through NOAA Fisheries Service, implements the regulations and programs needed to carry out the congressional directives in this act. The act provides a framework for the 8 regional management councils that are charged with recommending management measures for federal waters. It includes timelines for ending overfishing and rebuilding fisheries. It mandates that the councils must set specific harvest limits, or ACLs, and it outlines a framework for limited access privilege programs like individual fishing quotas, or IFQs. So Magnuson is periodically reauthorized and updated, and the most recent reauthorization occurred in 2006, and it included a number of new deadlines and mandates to end overfishing, improve data collection, and establish specific harvest limits for all federally managed species. Reauthorization is currently underway right now, and we feel that this is one of the best opportunities for addressing some of these current federal management challenges. So just to tell you a little bit about some of the typical management approaches that we've been using both at the state and the federal level. So at the state level, we've used tools such as size limits, bag limits, fishing seasons, and spawning season closures. And in most cases, the data that we use are highly sophisticated and very complete, especially for our most popular species. The FWC management system is considered very flexible, with the commission setting policy, which allows us to be nimble and responsive. In general, at the federal level, in addition to those state management tools listed above, in federal waters, they also use quota management, such as ACLs. They also use IFQs, spawning area closures, and deep water closed areas. So it's thought that the federal data are inadequate to keep up with the management needs, and also that the management tools are really constrained by the Magnuson Act, which is considered inflexible and slow to respond. So there are many challenges for the future relative to marine fisheries management. As you've heard during all these strategic discussions, the state population will increase, and likely so will the number of recreational anglers. We'll have to think wisely as we move forward so that the negative impacts from increasing fishing pressure and coastal development are minimized. We know that there will be overall potential ecosystem impacts from our year-round fishing that Gil mentioned, such as habitat loss and water quality concerns. And to give you an idea of what has happened in places like the Bahamas and Bermuda, is they're facing problems due to their high visitation, and their ecosystems are under such a high level of stress, and based on their lack of regulations, people have removed a lot of the top predators, so they're actually fishing at targeting lower level species, which causes a phenomenon known as fishing down the food web. So we would like to avoid that here in Florida. Also, another challenges for the future would be integrating the needs of traditional fisheries with other high value industries such as recreational diving and tourism. For example, many people visit the Florida Keys not just to fish, but also to dive and experience a diverse fishing community that includes large fish. And some charter boat captains are now beginning to offer trips that include both fishing and snorkeling and other non-consumptive activities. So we need to consider the effects of fishery management decisions on other related industries in order to help sustain the economic future of both the fishing and the diving related industries. And we also need to be able to respond to potential impacts to coastal shorelines and systems and things like sea level rise. So considering those challenges, where do we want to be in the next 15 to 20 years? And we broke these down into state waters and federal waters separately. So for state waters, we think that the challenge would be to maintain the status quo given the expected population growth and the increases in tourism. We really want to maintain our fishing opportunities and continue to balance stakeholder desires. And in federal waters, we would really like to get to a place where we have more reliable data, more stable fisheries, increased public confidence, and regulatory flexibility in the management system. So what can we do to get there? Well, for state waters, we suggest continue investing in the high quality data and assessments that are being conducted at the Fish and Wildlife Research Institute. Greater consideration of marine habitat is needed. We need to continue exploring ecosystem-based management or multi-species-based management as the data becomes available to do so. And we also want to maintain close collaboration with our stakeholders. And for federal waters, we suggest providing input on the current reauthorization of the Magnuson Act. We want to continue to take bold steps and consider innovative ideas to manage within the Magnuson structure, and continue to work with other states to consider challenges as they arise, and to continue to act as an advocate for Florida fishermen at the federal level. So now I'm going to turn things over to Jim.
Jim Martin, by the way, just as an introduction, after 30 years with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and now works as Conservation Director for the Berkeley Conservation Institute, a branch of Pure Fishing. Pure Fishing is the largest fishing tackle company in the world. That's some statement. As an industry leader in conservation, most helpful. During his career, Jim spent 6 years as Chief of Fisheries and 3 years as Salmon Advisor to the Governor. Jim formerly held a courtesy appointment at the Oregon State University, where he taught natural resource problem solving in the Department of Fisheries and Wildlife. Jim is the former chairman of the board of the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership. He's a science and policy advisor for the Northwest Sports Fishing Institute. And in 2005, Jim was inducted into the National Freshwater Fishing Hall of Fame in Hayward, Wisconsin. And Jim is one of the more articulate individuals on both fisheries, especially salmon, and all, frankly, wildlife, land as well. And Jim's had such experience, and we want to thank you, Jim, by the way, contributing this morning on the private land side. It was most helpful.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for inviting me, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Wiley, staff, and visitors at this meeting. I'm the official salmon guy from the Northwest, invited to talk about marine fisheries here in Florida. And the reason is because I have such experience over 45 years working all around this country and around the world. I was invited to give you kind of an outsider's perspective. Of course, you're going to get the staff perspective. You're going to get local input from people here in Florida. But what does the profession regard FWC? How do we look at FWC from a very broad perspective across the whole profession? And then I also want to talk a little bit about this unique opportunity that Jessica was just talking about, the reauthorization of Magnuson. I want to talk a little bit about how those changes that we're recommending to Magnuson could be used to do a much better job of some of our messes like red snapper, and to paint a picture of contrast between some of our great success stories like spotted sea trout, redfish, striped bass, and some of our messes like red snapper, and where can we go here to make things substantially better? And then finally, I'd like to touch on what I think are the tsunamis of change that are coming at us. And when you're running an outfit that has this kind of reputation, it's really easy to get complacent. It's really easy to be satisfied. It's really easy to be proud, and you should be proud. It's really easy to miss this great wave of rising of change that's coming at us. And I want to challenge us to wrap this conversation up really thinking about the challenge, Mr. Chairman, you laid out, which is where are we going to be in 25 years? And what are the big action issues that are going to move us? And we're either going to get ahead of them, or we're going to find ourselves surfing that wave. We're going to be behind them. And that's really the heart, I think, of what will set up our panel, to have the kind of interaction and conversation that you're hoping for and that I'm looking forward to. To start off with, as an outside old varmint who's been in this 45 years, always a fish squeezer from Oregon, but been very active on the national and international scale, and now working for the world's largest fishing tackle company as our advocate, we get a chance to look and work with fish and wildlife agencies all over this country and all over the world. And I have to say that if you ask anybody in the profession, they would say FWC is amongst the top 5 state fish and wildlife agencies in this country. Most would say, and I personally believe, it's the most excellent program, the most progressive. I regard FWC, and this even includes my old home agency, Oregon Fish and Wildlife, where I worked all my life, and my son now works half of his career and still there. This is the top of the line. This is
Jim,
this
it's
is
a
the
delight
number one
for
program.
both Jessica and Gil, et cetera, and all of us to hear that. Thank you.
So let's talk about why. What is it about this organization that creates this consistent, sustained reputation of excellence from all the previous directors through Director Wiley and on to the future? So number one, this organization is very progressive. You're willing to take chances. You're not willing to be complacent. You're not willing to just do things like everybody else does, that you anticipate problems and you try to get out in front of them. And you're willing to take risks in developing new approaches. I would say a classic example is how can we use anecdotal evidence from fishermen to supplement the database of systematic surveys and non-fishery related assessments. It's not like we're just going to take everybody's word for it, what they're catching and what they're not catching alone, but we're willing to do something that a lot of other agencies are hesitant to do, to supplement that information you get from your traditional surveys with starting to get angler reporting systems. Why is the leadership for that here? It's because the agency is open to it. The agency is willing to try new things. Another reason for your excellent reputation is a consistent pattern of communication. Excellent outreach to anglers, excellent listening to what anglers are saying, treating that information as valued partnerships rather than just where the government sends your note. The way you run your meetings, the way you have your public meetings, the way you interact with people. Let me just give you one little example. The previous 2 times I was invited here to Florida to speak, it was at visioning exercises. Very extensive visioning exercises saying, this is what it looks like coming at us. What do you guys think? What do you think is coming at us? Where will be the factors that drive change? How can we collectively as a community prepare? This is very different than the dynamic that happens in many other fish and wildlife agencies, where you have these traditional government hearing formats, and 3/4 of the time people think they're not really listening, they're just going through the motions. It's a very different tone here, and it makes a very big difference in terms of the public support you get when you have to make a tough decision. When you had to make that Snook decision, that was a tough decision. A lot of other agencies have been very hesitant to get that to make that decision because you wouldn't have known whether you're really going to get heartfelt support for it, or whether you're just going to have all the enforcement guys out there trying to ram it to people.
That's a very interesting point, because that's fearful. Step out front, make decisions. You're not totally sure, but go ahead and make a decision. And if you're wrong, be willing to say, I made a mistake, and move on.
And tell them why it's necessary, why it's consistent with our common shared values of conservation comes first. Anglers believe conservation comes first. And if they believe they have a credible partner in management, and they believe the data, they will back up tough decisions, whether it's striped bass closures or whatever it is. And you have earned that respect, and it's very, very credible. Third reason why this organization is so credible is because of the quality of the science. Jessica talked about it, so did Gil. But I want to reemphasize there are very few fish and wildlife agencies that do their own research. And furthermore, there are very few fish and wildlife agencies that have the kind of relationship with independent research like Marine or the University of South Florida or the other academic institutions. So you have a coordinated research approach that's homegrown, but it's cooperative and it's world class. Many, many agencies wish they had that. You have chosen to make key strategic investments, and it's paying off now in terms of being very, very science-based as we look at these tsunamis of change that are coming at us that are going to force very difficult decision-making. We have very difficult decision-making coming at us over the next 25 years, and I can guarantee that. And the last reason I want to cite why you're so widely respected is because you understand economics. And a lot of agencies, unfortunately, back into their future with their eye always in the past. So they just kind of bump into that future every once in a while. You guys rotate around, you look in the future, and you know the importance of fisheries as an economic engine here in Florida, and you communicate with it, and you document it, and it's part of the DNA fabric of your organization. You are part of the business plan for Florida. You are part of the tourist plan for Florida. The reason Governor Scott respects you so much is because he knows you are part of Florida's business plan. There are many other agencies that are basically just relegated to kind of managing designer hunting and fishing. And they're not integrated into the central fabric of the business plan of their states. You're willing to try innovative marketing, you're willing to try innovative licensing, you're willing to try communication mechanisms that a lot of other people aren't. All of these reasons accumulate up over a period of regimes of directorships and commissioners over a long period of time to establish the reputation you have. And you should feel great about that for a moment before we hold our breath and look at these great waves that are rising.
Now we've heard you stroking the dog. We now want to see if there's any biting or barking.
And especially as we contrast state management with federal management, where I would have to say the reputation isn't the same. We have a unique opportunity right now with the reauthorization of the Magnuson Act to make a major turning point in terms of marine fisheries in this country. Let's do a little history. Jessica touched on it. I want to reinforce it. 1976, the Magnuson Act was all about establishing the 200-mile economic zone, exclusive economic zone, and getting the foreigners away from our ports and getting them out of our coastal fisheries and establishing management in our coastal zone, 95% of which was all about commercial fisheries. It was supplementing foreign commercial fisheries for domestic commercial fisheries, and that establishing the structure of the regional councils and establishing the structure within the councils for advisor input and science input and the whole governmental structural thing. That was what the first 20 years of Magnuson was all about. Then we came to phase two, which was in 1996 and 2006. It was all about dealing with persistent problems of overfishing, persistent problems of failing to rebuild, councils trying to wiggle their way out of hard decisions, people trying to point the finger and blame somebody else, and the classic example, the poster child was the collapse of the New England gongfish fishery, where the council significantly avoided the tough decisions to the point of collapse of the fisheries, and frankly, the embarrassment of the country and the world community. 1996-2006, very, very tough restrictions were put on, annual catch limits, accountability measures, really starting to tighten up fisheries management. Again, that whole focus was largely focused around commercial fisheries. Commercial fisheries that had big, heavy-duty fishing power that were capable of driving stocks right into severe depletion. And again, that period of policy decisions was focused around commercial fisheries. Okay, now fast forward to 2014-15, we get another crack at Magnuson. We really have done most of the Americanization of all the fleets that were necessary originally in '76. We really have done most of the getting overfishing under control and establishing rebuilding timelines. Now the focus is about economics. Now the focus is how do we get more value out of these fisheries? We're facing a country that's growing, and the demand for recreational and commercial fishing value is growing, but frankly, we've rebuilt most of our stocks, and the probability that we're going to discover some unfished new bonanza of fish in our exclusive economic zone is zero. We're going to have to manage this future demand change with the stocks that we have and with the resources we have. And that's a big challenge. And as you do that, you shift from market hunting deer to recreational fishing deer, or market hunting ducks to recreational hunting ducks, to more and more catch and release and less catch and kill. I mean, if you look at the evolution of wildlife management in this country in a couple hundred years, what you see is you go from a perspective of unlimited abundance to holy mackerel. These resources are renewable, but they're not unlimited. We're going to have to manage them more gently. We're going to have to manage them more scientifically. We're going to have to manage them more carefully. And that's where we are today in Magnuson. And so we in the recreational fishing community gathered together the most respected organizations in recreational fisheries and said, we're tired of saying what we're upset about. We want to say what we stand for. We want to say what we believe in. And that's this document that we provided to you to consider. We are recommending to Congress 6 major policy changes which we think will be revolutionary to marine fish management in this country, and quite frankly, really reflect the reinforcement of our belief that the states are doing a better job of managing marine fisheries than the federal government is. And the federal government would be wise to look at how the states manage, how the states integrate their science, how the states work with their stakeholders, and how the states try to maximize value and stability. So let me just touch for a moment on our 6 key objectives. Now I want you to think about the red snapper mass in the back of your mind, which I know you think plenty about. And I want you to think about, in contrast, the success stories of redfish, tarpon, bonefish, sea trout, striped bass. Those are all largely state-managed fisheries which are clearly gigantic marine fish success stories. And then contrast that with what we've got here with red snapper here in the Gulf and South Atlantic. What are we recommending? Well, one of the things we're recommending is more season stability. Instead of trying to manage right up to maximum sustained yield and then trying to count every dead fish as it progresses in the fishery and then having some kind of an emergency closure, that works with a commercial fishery because you can really track it. It doesn't work with a recreational fishery. It creates all this dislocation, it creates all this conflict. We ought to cut that out. Now, how do you manage redfish? You don't do that. What you do is you manage redfish for a substantially lower harvest rate, and so you have a stable season. You manage redfish for a lot more catch and release and a lot less catch and kill. You have a more stable season, you have a more valuable economic engine, and at the end of the season you look at your stock assessment and say, are we in trouble or not? We got warning flags going up in the population. Do we need next year to shift our strategy? Now contrast that to what we try to do with red snapper, where you're trying to manage on active quota week, oh, holy mackerel, we think we're almost out. Oh my God, what do we do? And everybody has to cancel their trips, and you just create a general social and economic mess. The answer isn't getting lots more data and trying to track recreational fisheries like a creel census, because you can't ever get in front of all those anglers because they're all launching off their backyard piers and things. Now on the West Coast we can do that, because all the recreational fishermen go out of about 7 major ports. You can actually count them, you can actually do active creel census. Here you can't. So our strategy is don't try to do that. Back off on your harvest rates. Promote a lot more catch and release. Manage by the traditional season structure, and at the end of the season structure, evaluate whether you're making progress with red snapper or whether you're not. That's the kind of state management, whether it's striped bass or a number of other species, that's a success story that Congress should suggest we emulate. Now it's more complex in one sense because you have active commercial fisheries and active recreational fisheries sharing. So you're probably going to have to end up with one strategy for managing commercial fisheries and one strategy managing recreational fisheries, both of which have to dovetail in terms of adequate conservation and solid economics. Another thing we're recommending is establish a recreational fish policy right in Magnuson. The reality is Magnuson is 95% commercial fish policy. It evolved out of commercial fish policy. Its commercial fish policy has dominated the history and the structure of National Marine Fisheries Service, and it's dominated Magnuson from the start in '76. We never have had a recognition of the need for a separate and parallel recreational fish policy. But let me share a statistic with you. In this country, in marine waters, for fin fish, not counting shellfish, recreational fishermen catch 2% of the poundage, produce 54% of the jobs, produce 54% of the economics, 2% of the poundage, over half of the recreation of the overall jobs and economics. Commercial fisheries are relatively flat in terms of the history of their job base. Recreational fisheries are going through the roof. If we're going to get out in front
of our future. We're going to have to start managing these joint sector fisheries where we're sharing commercial and sport fish in a more adaptive and more progressive way. We're going to really take advantage of the economic potential the future offers us. So I think this time around, we're really talking about how to take these rebuilt fish stocks that aren't going to get significantly bigger and deal with them in a way that anticipates the increased demand and the growth of the country in the future. And one of those things means revisiting allocation. For mixed sector fisheries, where there's a significant commercial fishery and a significant recreational fishery, like red snapper, like Chinook salmon, like Pacific halibut, like so many species, we have allocations that are based on historical catch shares before Magnuson happened in '76. We have allocations based on traditional sport commercial sharing that are over 40 years old. Completely outdated. I mean, it'd be the equivalent of going back to 1976 and saying, oh, how many redfish did the commercial fishermen traditionally catch then? Oh, 40%, 60%, 80%, whatever it was. That's what we'll do today. The world is changing. We have to get ready for our future. So we can back into our future with our eye in the past. We can rotate in the future and say, every once in a while, we should examine the highest and best use of these fish with the lightest touch on the resource in terms of conservation. Obviously, conservation is job one, but economics is clearly job two. Another thing that we're recommending we really examine is managing for maximum economic yield rather than maximum sustainable yield, backing off on the harvest pressure on these fish so that we can afford to have more season stability and afford to evaluate the management strategy at the end of the year rather than trying to do an abrupt change in season structure in the middle of the year. Another thing we're recommending is manage the protect the forage base better. Instead of establishing new commercial fisheries on mullet and anchovy and herring and sardine, let's recognize that these forage species and this food web is the foundation for the predator species that are creating all this value. Let's set aside what we need to set aside to feed the ecosystem before we go establishing fish down the food chain commercial fisheries. And let's be more careful when we do establish those fisheries to make darn sure that we're not damaging the fundamental ecosystem dynamic. Let's take a look at this requirement we have in Magnuson right now that says you have to create rebuilding timelines in 10 years, and you have to do whatever you have to do to fisheries in order to do it, even for a stock that might have a generation time of 25 or 30 years. And the same 10 years for a stock that has a generation time of 4 years. It does not make sense. That's a bureaucratic response to a biological problem. National Academy of Science says, don't do that. Take into account the biology. Now, you shouldn't be setting rebuilding timelines from a political perspective so that you avoid making a tough decision. You shouldn't be doing that, and that's certainly not what we're recommending. But we're saying to Congress, take a look at what the National Academy said about rebuilding timelines and do that. And finally, there are provisions in Magnuson for cooperative management where states and fleets and the federal government and others could share management responsibility, could pool data, could roll money from the fisheries back into management. But we've never really articulated how that would work. There are examples around this country where the federal government has deferred to states and said, look, Alaska salmon, we're not even going to manage salmon at the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. We're going to let Alaska do it. And we're not going to avoid duplicative data gathering, duplicative enforcement, duplicative communication systems. We're just going to defer to the state. We think that that's a track record that should be examined carefully as we move into a time when budgets are so darn tight and demands are so darn tight. Let's start looking at places where the federal government could defer to states. The states, of course, would assume the responsibility for adequate conservation, but a state like this has a track record to earn that credibility and can maintain it every single time. So, recreational policy, better allocation, regularly reviewed, manage more like states for stability rather than maximizing poundage dead fish, cooperative management, revising rebuilding timelines, and protect the forage base. Those are the things that we're recommending make sense. Now let's look at what we're doing with snapper. Right now, things are changing so darn rapidly. We have this huge departure between what biologists think the capacity of the fish are to produce sustained yield and what fishermen want. And a lot of recreational fishermen, of course, just want to blame the commercial fishermen. You know, if we could just make those darn commercial fishermen go away, well, there'd be plenty of fish for everybody, but guess what? That's dreaming from the past. It won't with the kind of demand we have now. These fish are growing, and these fish are long-lived fish. And we haven't seen this many fish with this wide a distribution for a very long time because they've been depressed so long. The reality is they're much more like a Pacific halibut, a long-lived, high-value fish where you have to control harvest pretty darn well in order to have a sustained yield over a long period of time. We have to get people ready to a different expectation, and we're going to need a different kind of a structure. And as long as we've got this conflict between state management and federal management, as long as we have states squabbling and jockeying for their allocation, as long as we have states being non-compliant with whatever the conservation system is that is legally binding, we've got a mess. And this mess is not getting better. This mess is getting worse. What I just want to tell you is a little personal example from my history in Oregon. In the 1970s, 80s, when the ocean took this gigantic flip-flop and productivity went from 15% to 1.5%, and the bottom fell out of coho salmon, and we were in the process of shutting down fisheries right and left, and there was a political upheaval and general roar going on in the Pacific Northwest, our commission decided to go non-compliant. Our commission decided there were a lot more coho out there than the scientists thought. They thought we had a lot more coho than we thought as a staff, and they basically just established an independent non-compliant quota, and I come from a state that got preempted twice. We completely lost our management authority, and went to big like hell to get it back. And I want you to just think about that as you think about what a viable solution for the red snapper problem is versus what an unviable solution for the red snapper problem is. We cannot be deferring to state management with federal management if we're going to violate the standards of Magnuson. Can't do that. And you shouldn't want to do that, and it would damage your reputation if you ever attempted to do that, and I know you don't want to and don't intend to. We can't have a regulation structure that's essentially competitive between the states and ignores the regional nature of the resource and the international nature of the resource. We're going to have to eventually settle on an international and regional structure for all these fisheries. And the best example I can give you of where that has been done in the past was striped bass. For years and years and years and years, the commercial fisheries of Virginia and Maryland just nailed striped bass right into a hole. And it took an emergency. It took an emergency and a reality check for us to come to the point where we said, it was even before Magnuson, it was before we even had the Magnuson Act, but we had a collapse of the striped bass resource in the Chesapeake and along the Atlantic coast in general. And we came to a point where the federal government wasn't going to manage striped bass, but the states had to manage cooperatively. And the shift was from a commercial fishery to a recreational fishery. The shift was much lower harvest rates, in fact, a complete moratorium for a number of years. We rebuilt striped bass with a management structure driven largely by the Atlantic States Fisheries Management Commission, or Pacific Atlantic States Fisheries Management Commission, that forces cooperation, that forces a consistent structure, that forces an interstate allocation, that forces the ability to rebuild that resource. And what we've managed to do with striped bass is build it into the #1 recreational fish in America. The #1. Now, the challenge renews itself because now we're seeing setbacks in striped bass recruitment and growth. Now the states once again are going to have to say, holy mackerel, we've got the cash cow here. How are we going to cooperatively back off a little bit so that we can recreate that striped bass success story? I'm going to wrap up by saying, let's think about the future. Let's think about these big changes that are 25 years out. They're bigger than the red snapper mess. They're bigger than our success stories of the past. They are big. And we cannot afford to be complacent. We're going to have to take some risks getting ready for them. The first one is increased demand. I heard you say you have 18 million people here, and by 2060 you're going to have something along the lines of 36 million. If we're wildly successful in our angler recruitment retention and our honey recruitment retention, we're going to have twice as many constituents out there in 2060. Are we ready for them? Do we have the access plan in place where they're all going to be able to launch their boat? Do we know where they're going to be fishing off the piers? Most of us in most fish and wildlife agencies in this country are enjoying success in hunting and fishing because of the access strategy that was created by our predecessors, not by much by what we've done. We struggle to even maintain the access we currently have. Our predecessors made those strategic investments. So we need to challenge ourselves, are we making the strategic investments right now that we will have room for our share of 36 million residents, not to mention all the tourists that are part of Florida's business plan? Now, think about that population growth and the way it's going to drive development patterns. Think about what that population growth means to our aquifers and the freshwater inputs to our estuaries. Now think about what that population growth means in terms of the resilience and productivity of biological systems when you couple it with climate change. When you couple it with climate change, what's going to happen is big change is going to come to the distribution of these species, and big change is going to come to the productivity of these species, and big change is going to come to the linkage, because some of these species are going to move and some of them are going to stay, because some of them are on the edge of their range and some are in the center of their range, but change which does not lend itself to an analysis just of historical catch patterns. So most of our management is about interpreting historical catch patterns and understanding what that means about the prognosis of the future. And bigger change is going to happen more rapidly in the next 25 to 50 years than our system is used to. And if we're not anticipating the kind of changes that are going to happen, then we're going to misinterpret the signals. We're going to be struggling to try to figure out if the signals are driven by climate change driven changes, or whether they're fishing changes, or whether they're development driven changes. And there's going to be some interaction of both of them. And most importantly, that's really important because you've got to figure out what you're going to do about it. And you don't want to be starting out thinking from ground zero, oh, well, we've got this big shift in pattern, what does it mean? You want to be planning for that. You want to be working with your academic institutions. You want to work with your conservation NGOs. So you start figuring out the most probable shifts you're going to see and how we're going to interpret it and what we're going to do about it in our management strategy. That is a gigantic change that's coming at us rapidly. And in general, we're not ready for it. And I'm hoping you guys are more ready for it than anybody else, so the rest of us can learn from you. Second big change that's going to come is the demographics. The demographics are changing rapidly. By 2050, Caucasians are going to be a minority race in this country, and your participation rates in hunting and fishing, wildlife viewing, outdoor recreation, just social human dynamics, human dimensions, attitudes about nature are different. You're amongst the states that are already thinking about that more rapidly than anybody else. It is a tsunami of change which is coming. This is a political world. Voters make the critical decisions. Are we helping them to even understand what this big demographic change means in terms of Florida's business plan? Or are we going to get caught surprised? And the third big change that's coming is in conservation funding. The traditional model of conservation funding in this country is user pay and everybody benefits. And we'll just continue to jack up the rates on a decreasing number of hunters and a stable number of fishermen until We have to cut the agency because we marketed ourselves right, we priced ourselves right out of the market, or we make some kind of a jump. In the old days, that made sense because agencies largely were servicing hunters and fishermen, and they were charging hunters and fishermen for the sportsman's fees. In this new world, we're managing endangered species. We're worried about Florida panther. We're the consultant for everybody on their development project, but we're not getting any money. We're supporting other agencies who are looking at us, the Science Brain Trust for Florida and for around this country, but we're not getting any money. And our response is to jack up hunting and fishing rates. And in a business strategy, in a business plan, there's a ceiling you can't go beyond. You basically price yourself right out of the market, you shrink the base, and the system starts to collapse in on itself. I believe Fish and Wildlife agencies in this model will collapse in on itself completely within 20 years. We have about 20 years lead time to figure out how to broaden the funding base that will respond to the broadening expectations of the public. This is much, much more than a hunting and fishing-based organization. This is a conservation-based organization, and it's critical to Florida's business plan. So my challenge to you is, you're critical to Florida's business plan. Does Florida understand you have to have a business plan that will work 15 or 20 years from now in terms of funding conservation? And how do we make this change? And how do we make this change with lead time? So I want you to think about that. And it doesn't relate just to marine fisheries. It relates to conservation much, much more broadly. Most of the fish and wildlife agencies in this country are deer in the headlights. I mean, they're just blinking, looking at this change. They're cutting off fingers and toes and belt tightening and slowly shrinking the size of their organization to deal with the business realities because they're too scared. They can't get the critical mass of political support to make the jump, to access general fund or dedicated consulting funds or other kinds of strategies. I think if there's an agency in this country that can get started thinking about a completely new business plan, it's this agency. And others will learn from it. Others are desperately scared. They're deer in the headlights. They're looking at it. I want to offer the support of the recreational fishing industry and of my company and myself. I want to offer the support of all the conservation NGOs who desperately hope you're going to figure this out, because they haven't figured it out either. They've tried bond issues and customized license plates and all that kind of stuff, and frankly, the bucks are not there because the political support is not there. And if there's a place in the country that can figure it out, I think it's right here, right now. So my closing message is you should be immensely proud of the track record you have. We have an opportunity to make some very, very important visionary change in Magnuson and shape federal fish management to be much closer to what state fish management is, which is generally recognized as tremendously successful across this country, and particularly here. And start peeling a little bit of time out to work with academics and others getting ready for these tsunamis. Because when you're facing a tsunami, you got two choices. You can look way out on the horizon and say, what the hell is that? I'm not sure. Looks kind of like a wave. Could be trouble, but I'm not sure. We got lead time. More study is needed. I'll get ready when it gets closer. And then all of a sudden you look up and go, oh shit. And there it is. Now I know exactly how big it is. Now I know exactly what it means. And I'm very, very sure of it, and I have no lead time. And it goes right over you. These things I'm talking about are great big waves coming at us. We've still got some lead time. We probably have 15 or 20 years of lead time on some of them. You're the best prepared in the whole country to show the rest of the country how to get in front of these things.
Jim,
but they're scary.
We would love it. If you could just stay there just for a moment, would like to really thank you for an enormously impressive, frankly, speech, discussion, and dialogue without any friggin' notes, which is really something.
I'm done. Thank you. I'll join the panel.
All right, that's neat. And also maybe frankly, we widen back the thrust of this. is what all these discussions are about. Our discussions here with us, which we don't normally do. Jim, we've just inaugurated these sessions to do exactly what we're talking about. What are we doing as an agency? Johnny Morris and his son are pictured right in here. They're looking at their business and saying, if we want to stay in business, we have to know who we're serving. Who's our consumer? Our consumer in this state, as you beautifully mentioned and Commissioner Bergeron mentioned, we are looking at a doubling of this population. So we're looking at a whole different series of pressures. Who are these fishermen? It's going to be totally different. And we're looking at an electorate that is changing. It's not all, the past, it's white. We're now Hispanic, we're international. We've got fishermen here from China, from India. The whole thing has changed, and we're looking right now, we want to do exactly what you were just talking about. We want to be ahead of the curve. We want to look out. And if any agency can do this, we can. So with this, let us, any of the commissioners would like to begin to blend in? Bo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But thanks for the presentation. That was outstanding. And being from the Panhandle, red snapper is mainly what I hear about. And appreciate your complimentary views of our agency. I hope lots of people in the Panhandle are going to watch us on the Florida channel so that they'll understand the difference between us and the feds. But yeah, it is a big problem. And I like your ideas on Magnuson. I think, obviously the recreational sector has been a square peg in a round hole for ever since the legislation was first passed, it sounds like. And so that was an interesting perspective that you gave on that. I'm curious what's your level of optimism for actually making some of these changes with the reauthorization, and I think it would be certainly improvement from where we are now. Do you have any concerns about including the recreational sector within Magnuson versus setting those policies somewhere totally separate so that it makes a statement that it really has no place in Magnuson and the recreational policy should be completely independent from that? I'm just curious if you considered that at all.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I actually am quite optimistic that the time has come, and it's obvious to a lot of people that the time has come for fundamental change. We recently had an every 4-year recreational summit hosted by National Marine Fisheries Service, NOAA Fisheries Service, and the brand new administrator, Eileen Sobek, was there for the whole 3 days listening, and she made a final presentation. We came into that summit with the entire recreational fishing community very united behind the recommendations of the Morris deal. And she said, your first recommendation is to create a recreational fishing policy. We'll do that right now. We'll commit to doing that right now. We don't need to have Congress tell us to do that. We know we need to do that. Its time has come. We'll start working and we'll work with you. I mean, right off the bat, boom. Recommendation number 1, they committed to within the agency. Frankly, they could do the other 5 recommendations within the agency. But there are forces, there are political forces. The commercial fishery doesn't want any consideration of reallocation. They like these allocations that were set 40 years ago. So of course there is resistance. Of course there is workload concerns. Some of our recommendations are going to be a lot easier to do. The environmental NGOs really like our recommendation about ecosystem management and not fishing down the food base and protecting the forage fish. There's a place where we can work together. Some of the environmental NGOs are saying we need a strategy for cooperative management. We're on board with that. Some of them will be relatively easy to do. I would say the one which is going to be the toughest is backing off from maximum sustained yield as a fundamental core principle, which is really a commercial fishing strategy. Let's manage the fishery carefully, but let's get every poundage we can out every year. Backing off to something much more like the way you guys fish sea trout and redfish and we do striped bass, and managing for more stability and higher economic value. That's going to be tougher. And it's because of the very important role of commercial fisheries. And it would lead mixed sector fisheries to be managed with 2 different strategies that would have to be dovetailed and integrated. The other one is allocation. Allocation is notoriously difficult from a political standpoint. I mean, you went through the Gillnet Band. I mean, you know what this is like. You know what it was like when we were trying to rebuild striped bass. We were rebuilding it largely for a recreational fishery when its history had been largely a commercial fishery. These are general eye-gouging, hair-pulling nightmares, and any sensible council wants to avoid them at all costs if they can, so they manage to drag their feet for 30 years. So to think that we will naively just change the allocation structure in this country by coming in here and saying all us recreational fishermen think it's a great idea is naive, and it's going to be a hell of a fight. But to not do it is to basically say we don't care about socioeconomics. It's to say we basically celebrate all the jobs, but we really don't care about the jobs potential that's left on the table. And that's unacceptable. So am I naive about it? No. Am I optimistic about it? Wildly so. I think we actually, the time has come for us to look at the trajectory of the job and economic base of recreational fishery, to look at the flat trajectory of the commercial fishery, and to say we need a systematic system of fair and sensible allocation in this country. I think we can do it.
Great. Mr. Chairman, so just one follow-up, and then I'll be quiet. But I thought it was interesting you said, just from your perspective, that the red snapper, the stock is back, and you haven't seen, or we haven't seen red snapper like we have in the Gulf right now, in a long, long time.
Yes.
And so, we can appreciate the cautionary tale of, going inconsistent and some of the problems that have happened in other places where states have done that. But also, when everyone seems to know that's the case and the snapper are back like they haven't been in a long time, until you maybe get to the next chapter of, as you say, sort of dialing the whole thing back, it's hard to look people, that we deal with in the face and say, well, we all know it's back, but you're going to get fewer days than you've had ever, even though the stock is back. That's just a difficult thing. So we can appreciate the cautionary tale. Certainly, I would assume you can appreciate the frustration here, and so the decision that we did make to go inconsistent, it wasn't done without serious consideration of all those issues, and so
absolutely,
yeah. So,
I would never suggest that it was
but,
done.
I know you weren't. I know that. But
Never suggest that, but I just want you to think about the cautions of some other places where we've had inconsistent regulations, and it turned out to be a complete loss of management authority, which would be an unmitigated disaster.
Jim, one of the things you mentioned was catch and release, and we look at conservation. As a human, our desire, we can only eat so much. Now, if we could get that in the minds, it's like the hunters, we can get that in the minds and say, look it, just like we did with permit and bonefish, if we could get that and say, look at catch, release, what impact do you think that would have? What's the best way to get that transmitted?
I think we need to learn from our experience with freshwater bass. Okay. There was a time when it was unthinkable to release great big bass. If the limit was 5, you'd get 5 on your stringer because it was a test of your manhood here. But you know what? A guy named Ray Scott came along and changed the whole culture with risky, aggressive, visionary leadership. And when it came to trout, there was a time when we wouldn't have been releasing 95% of all the trout. We've been killing a whole bunch of them and taking them out. And a guy came along named Joe Brooks who said a trout is too valuable to catch only once. There was a time when we used to market hunt our canvasbacks and market hunt our deer and elk, and we made a different decision. It's time now to make a different decision with some of these traditional commercial fisheries where fill your cooler used to be the mentality, and for some people, unfortunately, still is. It's a time for leadership. It's a time to work with the community to focus on what are our core central values. Our core central values here are family fishing experiences.
See, this is beautiful to hear this, because
this can be done now.
And the younger generation, I think it'd be interesting for all of us to blend in. I think the younger generation is wide open to what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And if we can transmit that and educate and transmit it, most helpful, because we can protect our resources by this various concept.
Let me just offer you an example. Pacific halibut off Washington, Oregon, British Columbia and Alaska is a no doubt success story. It's a gigantic success story. Hugely productive, hugely valuable fish. But they're old and they're big and they're highly fecund, and you can't just fill your cooler with them every single day and have the system work. So off Washington and Oregon, we have a 5-fish annual bag limit on Pacific halibut with a tag you have to fill out when you catch them, and when you filled your tag out, you're done for the year. We have very specific days available for fishing Pacific halibut. Any other time you got to release them if you incidentally catch them. Fortunately, they have high release survival, so that's a plus from a biological point of view. And people's mentality has changed about Pacific halibut. We don't expect to catch 20 of them a year like we used to in the old days, because they're not getting bigger as a stock size and the demand for them is huge. And we've made a decision about sport commercial allocation, which we revised a couple times. But the truth is, even if there were no commercial fishery whatsoever, we would still have to have very restrictive seasons and bag limits on Pacific halibut, simply because the demand grows and grows and grows and the supply doesn't. That's kind of where you are with red snapper. Eventually, somebody's going to have to establish the leadership to help the community develop a different expectation.
Good point. Other questions?
I have a question.
Okay, Brian?
Mr. Chair. First of all, I appreciate the story about we used to call them down the Chesapeake rockfish. And that's where I grew up. So, and as a kid, I remember when the closures went into effect, I used to love my favorite meal on the Chesapeake was rockfish, and then all of a sudden it wasn't there, and I was young and I didn't understand, and I'd have to ask my parents, why can't I get my favorite rockfish anymore? And then I moved to Northwest Florida, and it followed me with snapper. So it's like a black cloud wherever I go. This issue pops up in my life. You had mentioned commercial. We've got speakers, and Jerry Sampson is here, and I'll be curious to see some of his comments on this. But you mentioned, he's raring to go, but you mentioned commercial fishing being flat, recreational fishing going up. How does that square with, or maybe it doesn't square, but what I keep hearing out there is that seafood consumption as a part of the diet is increased. It's a greater portion of the diet. And just anecdotally speaking, we have a seafood market in Tallahassee, Southern Seafood, which does a great job. We go there, and every weekend the line's out the door, and they're buying snapper and grouper and shrimp, and So is that flatline on commercial? Is that just boats on the water, fish being taken, or does that factor in consumption, or is consumption flat and?
No, consumption's not flat at all. It's the domestic U.S. commercial fish job base is what's flat.
The job base.
The consumption is going up because the imports are going up. We import about 92% of all the seafood in this country. And
Jim,
the portion of
what
that
portion was that?
About 92%.
92%.
Right, and the proportion of that import that's coming from aquaculture is increasing as well, substantially. So from a world fisheries perspective, we're kind of pretty flat in terms of new fisheries that could be developed and new sources of wild-caught fish. But aquaculture is growing rapidly around the world. So the way we're meeting increased fish consumption, and I have great respect for commercial fishermen, managed very many commercial fisheries in Oregon when I was chief of fisheries, and some of my best friends are commercial fishermen. So in no way would I want my comments to be perceived as disrespectful of commercial fisheries, but we've got to get kind of out in front of the demographic patterns, the economic patterns of the country. But the answer to your question in a nutshell is we make up the gap with imports.
That's how we do it now. Going forward, I mean, is that the continued trajectory? Is that what you would suggest, or
Yes.
is there's not a means to?
Yes. Now, some people think that we'll be able to make up that gap by fishing down the food chain, and fishing at lower and lower trophic levels, fish a lot more bait fish a lot more krill, and gain protein that way. But I think for that is very, very great. And for the capture fisheries, the wild capture fisheries of large predator-sized fish like tuna and things like that, I think we've pretty much reached our potential, and I think that's what the FAO reports say as well. So probably the filling the gap is going to come from increased aquaculture down the road.
Lisa? Commissioner Priddy.
So if we're getting 92% of our fish from out of the country, is there a concern that that amount is going to be sustainable and that those countries don't have in place the protections that we have? So at some point there will be a shortage?
There is that concern and there is that potential. But increasingly the market is sending messages about sustainability. The market from the more developed part of the world understands that, and NGOs and conservation organizations are helping people to understand the difference between sustainable fisheries and unsustainable fisheries. Stronger and stronger market signals are being sent to the international import market that if you're fishing your fishery into the ground, not only are you doing a disservice for your own people, but it's going to be negatively received in the market as a whole. So I believe we're actually making progress in world fisheries in terms of them moving more sustainably and more systematic, and less of these pulse fisheries where you have large, big factory, foreign factory trawls, the fish are stocked down and then go elsewhere. That used to be a pattern. It's less of a pattern now. I think in the future it'll be even less of a pattern, that the stronger and stronger market signal will be for these fisheries to be certifiably sustainable.
Okay, and my next question is the same question for Gil and Jessica. Looking at the decisions that we've made in the last couple of years and what we've based those decisions on, if you consider the points that Jim is making, what would we go back and change if we were to implement his recommendations?
Well, I mean, I think
You'll have that.
Just started.
Have that.
Maybe I ought to quit. Well, the first thing I would point out is Jim's recommendation that we build in a buffer with some of our key fisheries and not allow harvest right up to the maximum sustainable yield is exactly what we've done for fisheries like snook and redfish. The SPR level that we set for snook, it has a buffer in there, and it is managing that species for abundance. If you combine that with a low bag limit and the narrow slot for snook, you have a fishery that is essentially 90+% catch and release while allowing harvest. So we've already taken that step with snook, taken it with redfish, we've taken it with sea trout. Most of our state-managed species, we're already building in that buffer that Jim refers to. It's the species that we co-manage with the feds, where their system right now doesn't allow that buffer, or not traditionally incorporated that buffer, where we have trouble moving in that direction. So that's the point I would make.
It sounds like also, Jim, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but if you were taking a fishery like the snapper fishery, it's sort of a carrot and a stick. The component would be a shift in allocation more to the recreational side, but with that shift in allocation would not be, woohoo, we just got more fish to fill the cooler. It would be potentially a longer season with less take, and potentially in the form of fish tags or a system, something like that.
Or something like that. That's exactly what I'm saying, which is, and that's why sometimes when the environmental groups hear our recommendation, they think, oh, this is a great idea. You're going to take the same number of fish, and you're going to have a less accountability of fishing more of them and a more accountable fishery paying the price and being sacrificed. No. It's basically getting more economics out of the fishery by backing off on the intensity of the fishery, so you create more stability of the fishery, and it can't be done without catch and release, and it can't be done without reasonably high hooking survival. So the whole package has to go together, but essentially it's recreating the package of change for red snapper that you've already done for species like bonefish and tarpon and redfish and sea trout and striped bass and so many others. It's moving incrementally in that direction, backing off the fishing pressure, creating more stability, better economics, with a lighter touch on the resource.
Jim, this is a very significant topic, and both Jessica and Gil might blend in here, but we've been successful as a state with the fish and the fisheries that we control. Now, our struggle clearly has been this whole federal and the allocation, and we've got Atlantic, and we've got Gulf. What are your thoughts on how we can make this clear?
Well, I think.
In other words, to prove that the same thing we've done statewide, and the struggle, of course, is dealing with the feds. And what's a way to make that, to shift that and make that a win-win?
I really think that the way to do that is with this reauthorization of Magnuson. And to really take a lot of the ideas that have worked for us here at the state level and try to get those weaved in through the process during the Magnuson reauthorization. So they started this reauthorization in 2012, and last time it took 4 years for Magnuson to get reauthorized. So as the bills come out, you know, we're preparing comments based on the direction that you guys have given us at previous commission meetings, and we're looking at things like that flexibility in rebuilding timeframes and things that you've directed us to look at or talk to the council about. We're trying to get added into Magnuson so that there is this greater flexibility, but still allow the stocks to be rebuilt and at this sustainable level. So things like that, things like better data collection, things like more stock assessments for the entire southeastern United States. Things of that nature I think are really important, and it's important for Florida to put those comments out there and show our examples that we've had for state waters and why we've been successful, and try to get that built into the system at the federal level.
Now within that, in fact, our vice chairman might have a better view here, but how you can say, okay, that's our message, we transmit the message, then it goes into committee, and then it's sitting up there in committee, how do we get and monitor that and get these things through that we want to get through? I think that's, Brian, you want to comment?
I mean, in conversations I've had with Congressman Sutherland, and I was in Senator Rubio's office, I think the support's there for sure. I mean, it's, I've even heard Roy Crabtree talk about more flexibility on the radio the other day. He was being interviewed. I think there are trade-offs here. I think what Jim's talking about with some of these fisheries where commissions were in denial and just let it collapse. I don't think that's the case with the red snapper fishery here whatsoever. It's a timetable issue more than anything else with the red snapper, and the way Magnuson is written, it's a 10-year rebuild, which is essentially a flight path like that, versus having the flexibility to take a flight path like that. So if you told anglers, look, you won't get the maximum number of days on the water, for 30 years, but you'll get a lot more than what you're getting now if you kind of commit to this ramping up. I mean, that's the kind of decision that should be out there. Right now, there's no decision. It's you get it done the way, it's our way or the highway.
Why don't we take, if we look up on the screen now, these are a consensus of ideas that we had, and if there's anything there, let's look at it. And then we do have, by the way, we've got about a dozen speakers. And if we could ease into that, unless there are any, are we all good with?
Yeah, let's do the speaker first.
Well, can I just, when I asked my question, I was hoping that Gil and Jessica could comment. I don't know, Jessica, if you have anything else to add, to anything that we would change if we could, based on Jim's comments, or if Gil covered it.
I think Gil covered it well with the state managed species. I wouldn't really change anything about what we've done relative to the state managed species, but relative to federal management, I think that there's a lot more things we could do if we have this flexibility built into Magnuson.
Okay, thank you. We happen to have a good dozen speakers, so given our good old time here, let us try to keep within 3 minutes or less. We'd appreciate it. Mr. Vice Chairman.
Our first speaker is Captain Pat Kelly, and Pat will be followed by Byron Meharry and Jerry Sampson.
Pat Kelly, Fighting Irishman.
Man, I cannot believe what I just heard. I'm going to tell you something, the feds are hurting all of us bad. My name is Captain Pat Kelly, I'm president of the Florida Guards Association, and I've been coming to these rooms for 25 years. 25 years. Yeah, we talked about snook and they did good. We talked about redfish and they did good. But in the meantime, we also talked about feds. The last time I talked about feds was in a big meeting at the Denny had over there, and there must have been 200 or 300 people over there, right across the street from the National Marine Fisheries Service. And I said that, listen to this, the people over there at the Florida Marine Research Institute have forgot more than the feds ever knew. And that's a fact. And I'm going to tell you something. The red snapper you're talking about over there, and however anybody's science is coming along, is there is no science. There is no science. The feds don't have science. When they don't have science, they close it. When they don't have something else, they restrict it. There was only a 9-day season. How many fish can you catch in 9 days when it rains for 4 days and blows 40? You can't catch any, so they close it again. They don't know what to do with it. They don't know how to do it. The strategy is not right. It's way different than the stuff that the redfish are done. People participate. These men up there in the panhandle and places where there are red snapper, those people up there depend on that fish, especially the 4-hour people. Florida Guides Association, all of our members are licensed and insured. A lot of them are permitted fishermen. I was a permitted fisherman. I fished in the Everglades. I rarely went more than 5 or 10 miles offshore. If I wanted to catch a cobia, I could land him legally. If I wanted to go up in bushes over there and catch a 20-pound gag and take him to the dock, I could legally take him to the dock. Can't do that now. I have a federal permit. I cannot go catch fish in my state waters. That's wrong. That's the way the feds do it. They're going to limit people just because they can. And I'm going to tell you something, Lloyd Crabtree and them boys up there, you can put me in jail or whatever you want to do. But they're wrong. They're not treating people fairly. They are not treating fishermen fairly. I'm a fisherman. That man from New York, or that man from New Mexico, or that one from up there in Minnesota, when he comes down here, he can't go with me. You know why? Because I have too many permits. And oh, it ain't all bad to have a woman never catch the snook in St. Louis. And then they'll have to learn how to do snook. But this whole thing with the feds right here has got way beyond what it should have ever been. You guys up here are the only ones that can change it. You guys have been to the point where you just about, and I think you are just about ready to just say no and just do it. And just find out what they got. We can get us some more lawyers. I mean, I believe you could get a tape from a lot of people in this room, get some more lawyers. That's all I got to say, because I ain't got no more time. But I could have talked for about 50 minutes my own self.
Thank you, Pat. And I want to say this, part of the, I mean, it's frustrating all the way around with the snapper issue. There's no, I mean, it is frustrating all around, but what's really frustrating about where we are with the federal government is in essence the way they do run the data and the numbers. It's being penalized for a fishery rebounding. You've got fish that are bigger at larger pounds, and so you're getting there faster, and you're being penalized for a rebuilding fishery. It would be different if the fish were smaller and getting fewer, but the fish are getting more and bigger, and the hammer comes down harder and harder, and it's this vicious cycle that the federal government has us in that they can't get us out of. And if that's Magnuson's fault, that's Magnuson's fault. If the council's fault, it's the council's fault. That's got to be fixed one way or another. So, Byron.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I said earlier what a blessing your staff is, and after the overview report of Jessica and Jim, and Gil, I think you come to realization on that. It's a tough act to follow Jim up here, I'll tell you. But if I understand the process correctly, and I am a fisherman as well as a meat hunter, that the Magnuson Act would basically weave in this restriction on recreational fishes. When's the last time the federal government did something they didn't screw it up? That's my fear. That's a great fear. And so that's all I got to say about that. I'll defer the rest of my time to tomorrow's public comment. Thank you.
You're going to give your time to Jared? He's up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jerry Sampson, Executive Director, Organized Fishing of Florida. It's kind of difficult to talk about marine fisheries management innovative approaches inside of 3 minutes. And while I appreciate Jessica and Gil's comments, and as a biologist, I don't disagree with Mr. Martin's comments on, from a biological standpoint, what we need to look to in the future. I wish we'd had somebody at this table from the seafood industry with as much time to talk about their vision on how we meet these challenges in the future from the seafood industry. And obviously we're not going to get that done today, and I'm not going to even try to handle it. I think you did an excellent job from a recreational standpoint on what they would like to see in the future and their justification for that. But I can guarantee you I could get somebody of Mr. Martin's stature with the Gulf Seafood Industry Institute or some other folks with the same background as he's got to tell you how seafood can be just as sustainable and just as economical and just as far thinking as his recreational solutions to some of these problems. Ms. Pretty, he's right, 92%, between 91 and 92% of our seafood is imported. 70% of that is farm raised. 50% of that is Chinese. They are developing their own middle class where they're going to want to eat a lot of their own seafood. That other 30% of the seafood that's imported that is not farm raised, a lot of it is species that we eat here. A lot of it is juveniles, a lot of it is undersized, a lot of it is fisheries that are not sustainable. So when you're asked to reallocate domestic fisheries and depend on imports to take care of that in the marketplace, remember, these fish are not going for personal consumption of the people catch them. They're going for the vast majority of people in this country that don't catch their own fish for food. They depend on somebody else to do it, either a domestic fisherman or a foreign fisherman to catch their own. As these other countries, and I think it was even the president today that indicated that American fisheries are sustainable. We've pretty well gotten a handle on them in our country. But in order for them to be sustainable worldwide, these other countries are going to have to stop doing what they've been doing, which means a lot of the products that they're now providing to the import trade are not going to be there because they can't produce them at the size they're producing and be sustainable, which means a significant portion of the wild-caught imports are not going to be there in the future because they can't keep selling us the snapper at this size or the grouper at this size or the other small fish that come in as imports, the snapper and the grouper and various other fisheries that you get out there. They won't be available to us either. So as folks ask you to reallocate domestic fisheries and say, well, somebody else can supply us with that. I remember 25 years ago, a Marine Fisheries Commissioner, when we were talking about one of these fish, saying, well, they can always get salmon. I saw salmon $2 a pound or $3 a pound the other day in the market. Well, one, not everybody likes to eat salmon. And two, that was before, and I've been involved in fisheries since I was a biological aide, Bureau of Commercial Fisheries in 1967. So this is not new to me. Aquaculture has always been a thought, but there's always a price to most of these things. And you have to balance that in. Sustainability is just not whether you can keep this one thing in a box and keep it going. It's the whole stream of the interaction that makes it work. And we're discovering that it may be easier to raise them, but a lot of this, you can't see it from here, so it must not be a bad thing. And we need to keep that in mind. So as we go through these discussions, and I got to tell you, the commercial industry is willing in the future, like in the past, to cooperate and work with this agency to help us make sure that we've got fish and seafood from Florida available for 3, 4, 5 generations down the road. I just want to point out that the old DNR's first offshore fishing research vessel was an ex-commercial shrimp boat. That some of the more innovative programs we have in this state, the lobster program, the stone crab program, the blue crab program, and some of the others were brought to the managers by the industry at our request because we saw those as alternatives to the normal way of managing those resources that people were suggesting. You know, we didn't wake up in the morning and say, let's just do this. It was in response to a need, but we said there's a better way. And we're going to continue to come to y'all with our ideas on how there's a better way. Tomorrow, staff's going to bring you suggestions about how to handle some improvements with restricted species. Take endorsement, take some of the stuff off of the statute and put it in the rules. In the presentation, it says that was passed by the legislature in 1987 with the support of the industry. No, it was passed in 1987 at the request of the industry. The commercial fishing statistics program that we have in place was passed in 1983 after 6 years of requests by the commercial fishing industry in the state to establish such a program so that we could begin to tally the impact that we were having on the resource so that we could document what we were doing. Well, the first in the nation, it's still a model for the nation. So, like I said, I'm here to tell you we're willing to cooperate and be a part of the future and be a part of the solutions like we have been in the past, and we intend to keep providing Florida seafood, American seafood, to the consuming public that either doesn't have the time or the ability, the inclination to go catch their own seafood, which is part of their own right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Jared. As you heard me say, I always say 9 out of 10 folks that experience our fisheries in Florida experience it on the dinner plate. So
If you've been watching Emerald from Florida on TV, you see there's an awful lot of that going on.
Yeah. Thank you, Jared. Next up, Dennis O'Hearn. And Dennis will be followed by John Schmidt and Jamie Thomas.
Hi, Commissioners. Dennis O'Hearn, Executive Director, Fishing Rights Alliance. Jim, thank you so much for addressing many of the issues that we have. One of the things that I heard Ken Haddad address the American Sport Fishing Association 10 years ago. And he said, you know, nobody has asked me from Florida what I see in the future. And it was the same type of future that Jim laid out, doubling the population, you know, and Ken specifically said, what if we have the release mortality that's so high that we can't even allow fishing for the fish, because to even allow that would kill more than what was allowable. Well, I think those are good cautionary tales. I think that we've got a lot of experience, especially you name the species that we've handled in the state so well. And where we seem to run awry at everything is when we start looking at the stock assessments that have gone from catch per unit of effort and a few basic biological indices that indicate the health of the stock, to essentially building a model that requires you to estimate the size of the virgin stock of red snapper in 1812. I'm making that year up, but they had to do that for the red snapper assessment. And we see artificial habitat has proliferated in Alabama and the Panhandle. And I sit in a lot of scientific assessments, and I've got a feeling that has something to do with it. We've increased the habitat that those fish have to live on. More habitat, you know, there's a limit to it, but more habitat, more fish. And quite honestly, I'm a little concerned about thinking about catching and releasing red snapper, gag grouper, triggerfish, hogfish, and hell, you want me to throw my spear gun away? A lot of people like to eat fish. It's just not commercial, guys. It's recreational people that go out. Some like to harvest it to eat it. I conserve and consume because I really care about the fisheries. Most of you know I'm deeply involved in a lot of efforts. But to just take it off the plate summarily in a long-term plan is kind of scary. I'd like to see us get control of the fisheries the way we were supposed to when the NRC told the feds in 2000 and 2006 how to handle the recreational fishery. You define the universe of anglers, and bravo for you guys for doing it tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that. And then you have to be able to estimate the catch and effort. Your own FWRI was involved in a camera project with me. The answer's been sitting on ice. NIMS even referred to it last year in what they're doing to improve recreational fisheries. You might have saw a line about video catch and discard experiments. It's not an experiment, man. It blew it out of the water, but it sat there on ice. I don't know why. The answer's there. I hope we can look at it. Thank you all. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Jim, thanks again. It was great.
Thank you, Dennis. John Schmidt up next.
Yeah, I want to thank the commission for this opportunity to make some comments. And I want to tell you, this is the first, I've been fishing in the Gulf of Mexico for nearly 30 years. And this is the first FWC meeting I've been to. So I apologize for that. But this I know, we have a heck of a lot to be proud of in the state of Florida. With what the FWC has done, as long as I've been in the fishery, I can tell you that a little under 20 years, I was an avid recreational fisherman. I was the president of Florida Skin Divers Association for several years. I've run numerous tournaments. I've done a lot of fishing and diving in the Gulf of Mexico, and I started my own commercial fishing business in 2004. I decided I want to be in this industry. I love fishing, and when I did, I can tell you that I was one of few, because just about everybody was getting out of the business. Fisheries were depleted, the management system wasn't working, and that's when I went in and people thought I was crazy. I stuck my neck out, borrowed every dime I could get, bought fishermen out, and I just got to tell you, I tried to do a lot of things over my lifespan. A lot of them were great ideas that blew up, but getting into the commercial fishing business at the time that they implemented a better management system has been really an incredible experience. Now, Jim made comments that I really agree with. I thought it was awesome. I think it's awesome that you guys are contemplating innovative management systems, because I think that's where it is. He made comments mostly from a recreational perspective. I want to tell you something from my perspective. For example, one thing that we all know is that healthy fisheries make more fish. I think Jim said that, but the healthier fisheries are, the more fish we have for everyone. And I can tell you from my experience, when I started fishing in the Gulf of Mexico, the red snapper season was year-round, and I never heard anybody complain about red snapper fishing, and I never heard anybody tell me we're going red snapper fishing. And it wasn't until 2010, or I'm sorry, around the year 2000, that I saw my first red snapper out in the middle grounds. A guy put one on the boat. I was helping on a commercial trip, and I said, well, what is that? One of the older guys said, that's a red snapper. There are not many of those around. Well, years later, we started to run into them. And now they're starting to get to be more abundant. But I can tell you from my experience, they are not fully rebuilt in the west coast of Florida. Probably in the Panhandle, they're abundant. That's awesome. It's an incredible thing. But this is not a failure. This is a success. And the problem is figuring out what to do with those fish from here out. And I do want to make a point that not only should we be proud about what you guys are doing to help manage our Florida's fisheries, but our federal fisheries, we should be proud of. Our fisheries are being rebuilt. And this thing we're talking about, flexibility, the biggest pain in the rebuilding process is done. The fisheries are on the way to being rebuilt in our lifetimes. And this is the first time in our lifetimes that our fisheries have been improving. And so,
thank you. Thank you. Your comments, by the way, I think from all of us reflect why America is great. And the American dream is to go out and take a risk, do what you did. Your story, I think, is it resonates. So, thank you for your comments.
Okay, so I'm done?
Yeah. Okay. That's right. but it was very good. Your red hat and the red buzzer.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Thank you. All the way from Fernandina, Florida.
Absolutely, I'm proud to be
Amy
here.
Thomas. Thanks for making the trip.
You have not seen me lately.
Oh, we haven't.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I like this country. I found a place I want to go early in the morning, though. I hate to miss being here with you guys. But I'm bringing you...
Janie, it's good to see you.
I'm bringing you some of the latest news.
All right, hopefully it's positive.
Number one, what are y'all planning to do since Russia is fixing to start, if they're not already by today, drilling oil between here and Cuba? And how's that going to keep our fisheries sustainable when they spill it or whatever else happens? Now,
I think we get back to the news.
on those $25 billion worth of recreational fishing compared to $17 billion for the commercial fishermen, that's a difference of 32%. I'd like to know how many contributed to that $25 billion and how many contributed to the $16 billion. You're going to find out that the commercial fisherman is contributing more to this economy than anyone else. Now, the very latest news on seafood news, I looked at it about 1 o'clock today or 2 o'clock.
Right.
Obama says the U.S. has ended our wait a minute, let me read it. Obama says the U.S. has ended our overfishing, and he set up a task force to fight seafood imports, has issued an executive order today combating fraud. We have eliminated overfishing, he quotes, and I have directed the government agencies, meaning you guys, to take appropriate action to combat seafood fraud, mislabeling, and he set up a subcommittee to develop a plan to make it happen. Over the last 6 years, USA has largely ended overfishing. I think some of that has to do with you guys' efforts. We echo everything that Jerry Sampson says. When I get as old as he is, I'm going to be as smart as he is. And you know what?
Janie, I love it.
He taught me. It's too bad he taught me some of this stuff.
Tell you what, your memory's good and you look young. Stay with it.
I feel wonderful.
All righty, thank you.
Thanks, Janie.
Our next speaker?
Next up, Nick Rudman, and Nick will be followed by Terry Bessinger.
And then finally, Bill George. Nick, are you here?
No, Nick Rudman.
All right.
How about Terry Bessinger?
Terry?
No.
All right.
All right. Bill George. Oh wait.
Easy.
It's Bill George.
Keep your knees high. That's good. That's good hustle.
You're in a hurry. I know you're in a hurry. So I just wanted. My name is Bill George, and I just wanted to talk about ideas and innovations.
Yeah.
And the fact that we're going to have that many people looking to fish and do everything's kind of scary. Right now we know areas where we probably have a conflict already for a certain area. And one of the things is I want to bring up tools to use in the deer and everything else. We have wildlife management areas where we set limits and people get drawn to, fish or hunt those areas, whether or not it's a fish management area. Consider using that in the marine industry also. It's just an option to use, and it should be a tool that's in the bag, not a solution, but a tool that can be used when appropriate to manage these areas. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Last speaker, we got Ted Forsgren.
Thank you, Commissioner. Main thing I want to do is I have been working with this commission and prior commissions for the last 29 years. And I can honestly say that I have never seen a better group of people, a better staff than you have, and greater success than what you have. It's been a wonderful thing to work as a lobbyist, to talk with you and your staff, to watch the fisheries come back. I remember at one time in the arguments when we were raising the bag limit and raising the size limit on red snapper, that we were told there were no 18-inch red snapper in the panhandle. And of course it was incorrect. But it's been a wonderful trip to go on.
Florida has done it better than any other agency. I noticed in some of the discussions that were going on, there were questions about should Florida be managing this fisheries? Absolutely. I mean, think of all the positive things, all the great things that Florida has done as compared to what the federal government has done. I mean, you just look at them. There's not even any comparison. So, to the extent that you can work to get more of those fish under the control of the state of Florida, the better off I think everyone is going to be. I compliment you on the great presentation by the guests that you have brought in. I've heard many people speak over these years, and this is an outstanding presentation with some good comments and good words. So that's what I'll say. I'm not going to ask you for a thing. I just compliment you on what you've been doing. You've got good things. You've got good vision, and we're going to be there to help you the whole time.
Ted, since you've been here so long, and I must say that it just makes you feel good. And staff, for all the work that we've done on the marine side, and Jim, it's just nice to hear somebody like Ted who's lived through all this for so long. So thank you very much for your comments.
Well done. Good job.
Thank you. We'd like to get old Red Hat back, my friend John Schmidt, who Under Armour. What do you got? That's quite a hat, Red.
It's Under Armour.
No, I like it. And one of the things I really did congratulate you, and I think this is true for all of us, that we talked about the American dream. You do represent that because you started out and what you did. It's just great to hear, and you're generally positive on everything. And you started out on the rec side, went to the commercial side.
Yeah,
Please share some additional thoughts with us.
I really, really do appreciate this opportunity. And I'm going to try to be really brief. I heard here a lot of criticism of federal management. Did I break this?
No, you're good.
Federal management.
No, you're good.
And I want to tell you that since I started my commercial fishing business in 2004, I've been to nearly every Gulf Council meeting. And first of all of the Gulf Council members are appointed by governors. So these are people that the governors has chosen to make these decisions. The other people that vote on Gulf Council policy are our own FWC or the management people from each state. So the states already run the management system. What I honestly see, and this will be a controversial comment, but what I actually feel is that the problem has been that nobody from the recreational side yet has stepped up, like you guys are doing, and said, let's consider new management systems that will get the best benefit possible from every fish. Now, in the commercial sector, and I bring this up because we've learned from the hard way and from experience with the programs that we've implemented. We almost did an endorsement program which would have kicked a bunch of people out, would have ended up with the same waste of resources that we had, but we put in a different system that was controversial with the catch share system, where we now bring fresh domestic seafood to the dock year-round. We never exceed our harvest. We have the best enforcement system in the world, thanks a lot to FWC. They do an awesome job. We've designed it with the cooperation of FWC. In fact, a lot of the data that by the way, that the Gulf Council uses to make decisions comes from FWC. That's a cooperative effort. If you go talk to those people that actually provide the data, they won't criticize the feds the way we are here. So what we need to find, I hope, is, I want to try to explain what the commercial sector has been able to do is get more gain for every fish. Every fish is more valuable. Every fish is fresher. The enforcement is 100%. The certainty of our fishing processes of never overfishing. Our quota is 100% or close to 100%. And we talk about buffers. That's why buffers are there, because of uncertainty. So I am saying to you that, in my opinion, there are enough brilliant people involved in our fisheries that with an open mind and a solid commitment to finding new ways to get more game from the fish that we already have, that's where the future is. To get an accountable system that has the maximum potential benefit for every fish, where a fisherman can conceivably fish year round or make the choice when to fish, is where it really is. And I want to say one more thing about reallocation, real quickly. Some points about reallocation. We've heard about rusted shad, and we've heard about 40 years, and we've heard about how the population of fishermen is growing. Well, in the state of Florida, there are maybe 1 million saltwater anglers, registered saltwater anglers. Not all of those go offshore. You have to go 50 miles where I am, 30 minimum. Not all of those go that far offshore to catch red snapper. Maybe 300,000 go red snapper fishing. So the thing that keeps forgotten, there are a lot more recreational fishermen than commercial fishermen, but there are 20 million Floridians that can't go catch their own red snapper in the Gulf of Mexico. And 3 million of them are U.S. veterans. And you compare that to maybe 300,000 fishermen that already get half the fish. It doesn't make sense to reallocate when we don't have the best possible system of making sure that those fish are not misappropriated, and making sure that the that overfishing is not occurring. What makes sense is what we're doing today, considering new systems, better systems with an open mind to get more benefit out of the fish you have. And as we do that, our fisheries are going to continue to get better, and we will all have more fish to work with. So that's all I. That's all I. And I really, really, honestly, am grateful and for the extra time, and I know that it's an exception, and I promise never to do this again.
John, I'll tell you what, this was your first time you've ever done this, and you did damn well. Thank you.
Yeah, John's and John raised a good point. I think it's sort of why we were sitting here talking about innovation. You know, there I can't remember who was on the commission at the time. Maybe half of us, maybe fewer, when we were taking up whether to support IFQs in the Gulf on the commercial side for red snapper and for grouper. Also, we did, and it was pretty controversial. We discussed up here, but we as a commission supported that move. We had certain principles that were embedded in this, but we supported the idea of going forward with sort of this innovation for some of the reasons that John mentioned, that it was more accountable, that you could fish all year long, you could get fresh fish. The docking was different, and there was a consensus in that particular fishery. The super majority of folks in that fishery wanted to move in that direction, so that helps. You know, when you're looking at these innovations, you don't want to cram it down folks' throats. You want them to come to it organically, and I think that's what happened. And I always point out, whenever we talk about red snapper, we never see the commercial fishermen here. And why is that? Because the commercial fishery is being managed appropriately to a large degree. I mean, folks tend to be happy, the consumers tend to be happy, the fishermen tend to be happy. It was a big change in how they got there, and it was a big leap to get there. But the experiment, you know, not that it would work necessarily in the recreational side at all. Not saying that, but for that particular fishery, it worked there. And so I think what we have here with Jim is, you know, this is not an endorsement of anything at this point. This is just the 50,000-foot thinking for us to be involved here. And I know we've got passions worked up on all sides here, but this is what Government and Sunshine's about. You know, for us to and this is what Jim's here for. I mean, Jim's mandate is to come here and poke at us a little bit and get us thinking different, which we appreciate, and coming across the country to do that. So.
Mr. Chairman.
blend in, Mr. Vice Chairman. It's great to hear those comments. It's very positive, and it just makes you feel good. Commissioner Roberts.
I just wanted to again say thank you to everyone that spoke today. It's been a very good session. I think both on the land management side as well as on the marine side. But I wanted to see since we are thinking about many years out in front of us, if it would be of value if we had a focus group made up of commercial fishermen, recreational fishermen, restaurant owners, seafood industry people, everybody that's involved in the fish that are critical to our state. If we had that group that would come together and try to work on the 80% to start with, get through all the things that you could all agree on, and then tackle the 20%, because we're not talking about something that we want done for next year or the year after that. We're looking for the long term. And by doing that, I think it would give us an opportunity to hear all of those sides, because we as an agency probably tackle the 20% more than we do anything else, because that's what we have to do. And that's what's facing us at the moment. But we do have some time. As Jim said, I think we've got some lead time. And we can take this time to put a group together, possibly facilitated with someone other than an FWC person, maybe an outside facilitator, or maybe, as Jim Stone said earlier, you facilitate it with someone from the community, not someone from government when you start that, so that we put the program together that everyone has an opportunity to give their ideas. You reach that 80% consensus on all the things that we agree. This is how we manage, because those are the people on the water. Those are the people that are trying to make a living selling the seafood. Those are the people that are serving the public. For those that can't fish, put it all together and bring that back to us at intervals so we can consider that information as a group. And I think if we're looking at a strategic plan long term, that would give us an opportunity to see how the industry as a whole, which is not just the fishermen, but it's everybody involved in how we look at it. And that's something I'd just like to see if we could consider.
Commissioner Roberts, I think that's an outstanding, and I think all of us would agree, that's an outstanding suggestion. And Mr. Director, if we could go ahead, and I really like the idea, and I think all of us do, that we have a little bit like having Carlos, having an independent, somebody that's not on the commission, be able to get all the parties together. So let us
Mr. Chairman, I think we should do that on the land management side too. Unless you want to combine.
No, I think they should be separate. And I agree, the land management side is a great place to do it also.
They should definitely be separate. So let's have Mr. Director.
Absolutely. To be clear on the land side, we had the private land forum today, and so I think we had talked about maybe one of the ideas was having an advisory group of landowners that we could work with and we could bounce ideas off of and strategize with, and that's one of the pieces that I heard from earlier. I think that's a similar idea.
All right. Now, if we okay, if we look up here, commissioners, it's been a long day, by the way. Good Lord. If there's anything that we want to add, modify, we can do it probably later.
And just let me, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Sure.
These were ideas that were kind of came up in advance that just to throw around to stimulate some discussion. I think we got there anyway. So I don't know that we need to focus on any of this unless somebody saw something there they want to talk about. These were just to stimulate some thought and discussion and keep around. Okay. So we're good either way there.
All right, I think it's just a good place to start when you have your first focus meeting.
I love it. All right, we've really had a marvelous day, and I think all of us together can just say it's not a normal commission meeting at all. We've had a, quote, Socratic, we've had a marvelous exchange of ideas together, all of us, and we've looked out And I think, Jim, you summarized it so well without any script up there. It's taking head of the boat, looking way out. How is Florida going to be? Where are we going to be when this population doubles? What are the impacts? And I think, frankly, staff looks at this, which is a new view and a new look. It's fresh, and it's what makes this commission as great as it is. Thank you, everyone, for coming tonight, and good evening.
Thank you.